outside. Start then. Shall we start? IISER is coming.
So good morning everyone present here today. We welcome you all to the second day of our third annual department meet. A day like this is essential for us as it allows us to meet with many of our graduates, students after a long time and share their experiences. We know it takes a lot of time out of your busy schedule to meet us. It is an immense pleasure to call upon us, our alums.
Dr. Aditya Kumar Dubey, who is currently a postdoctoral associate at the University of Maryland, USA. Ashvi Art, a graduate student at the University of Alabama, US. Ankit Dhar, a graduate student at the University of Arizona, US. Divya Rashmi Tia, graduate student at the University of Manchester, UK. Pratijam Mundal is an upcoming graduate student at the University of Tasmania, Australia. And Prem Maheshwar, a graduate student at IISER, France. Now the stage is open for discussion with the alumni.
तो वो इस पे कर दो ना टाइल्स जो.
Okay, can I start? Okay, I will start. Anyway, good morning everyone. So, as already, let me first introduce myself. My name is Pratijam Mundal and I am from 2017 batch. And currently I am a PhD student at University of Tasmania, Australia. And my topic there is production pathways of critical metals from Western Tasmania. Now, first of all, I would really like to thank all of the faculties because I am here in this position due to our great faculties and one advice that I will tell every student is that don't be afraid of the faculties. Just approach them. They are really approachable. And I remember when I was in my first year and Arundhati ma'am took our first EES course. And I was really scared of her, and at that time we were 300 students. But as soon as I went for my major, like third year, and the first thing she asked was, okay, introduce yourself. And she told me, oh, I remember you, you are Pratiji, right? I have taken your courses before. And I was so happy that, okay, ma'am, remember me among all the 300 students. It was great, the feeling was great. Also during the geochemistry courses, geophysics course, after the midterm, Jyotirmay sir told me, okay, Pratiji, you scored really good. I thought, and it felt really personal and good, and I really like the appreciation. Again, I miss Vilaskar sir's small stories which he used to tell before every classes. It was so personal. And I remember when he came to know that I'm from Bengal, he told me that he really likes all the tall buildings from Kolkata, and he really liked the famous hilsa fish with mustard dish, and like all these things make me believe that okay, like we are getting to know our professors. It's really great, comfortable. We were getting comfortable with them, and then as soon as you get comfortable with them, you get to know them. You will see they are so nice people. They are very approachable. You can problem, any confusion you have. Like personally, when I was in my second year, I thought I would take chemistry major. But then Riya ma'am's geochemistry course, it was the first course that it was so interesting, so conceptual that I decided, okay, maybe I can take ES major also. And it's never late to explore your options. Like I am really happy with my choice now. And I remember once Satinder sir told me how he shifted his major from maths to physics to now finally finding marine sciences and so moral of the story is never late to explore, to focus on your interest, to find your interest. And ES is such an like interdisciplinary subject, you can always mix and match any courses with anything to find a perfect project. Even for my thesis, when I wasn't sure which project to do, because my interest was focused on geochemistry, geophysics, and structure, all the three. So Jyotirmay sir gave me a project which involved literally all those things, and it was so interesting to do. Like I never regret my decision of choosing earth sciences. And like even though I was focused on geology, but all the environmental courses are interesting as well. I really miss Ramya ma'am's class, and it was like on at 2 p.m. and we all were very sleepy, but the Ramya ma'am was all energetic, ready to okay, let's do this, let's do this. I was very bad at that course, but I really enjoyed it. I miss Dhania ma'am's course giving presentation, and she used to appreciate me, and I really miss that appreciation. Professor course was online, but it was interesting. Like I haven't explored that programming and that skill, but it was really interesting when he was doing it, and I really enjoyed it. And well, I miss the lab. I miss your lab most, like the TV. So cool. And I miss Sanjeev sir's class. I miss writing notes, non-stop notes during Ashish sir class. It was like no time for anything else. Just write. It was really good. And it might feel overwhelming for now for new students. Like you might feel it's a lot, but believe me when I say it is not, because it will come handy and you will get to know that it was really great when you know, go ahead in the future. Because during my interview for Australian interview, they asked me whether you have any environmental courses or not, because it was useful for my current project, my current PhD project. So it was a really positive point since I have those environmental courses also. And like our faculties put so much effort in each and every classes. I will give you an example. So for my GATE exam, I wasn't prepared at all, and not even a bit. And then the most of the questions was from Earth surface processes, which was taken by Tandon sir and Kumar Gaurav sir. And even though I was totally unprepared, but during my exams, when I was seeing the question, all I can hear was Tandon voices that okay, ha, yeah, I know this topic, I know that topic. So, like, all you need to do is just put concentration, put some efforts, do some hard work, and your faculty really knows what's best for you. And I'm not saying that just focus on your studies, don't enjoy your college life. No, you won't get your college life back. So enjoy it as well. Just make a work and life balance, I would say. uh, Spend more time with your friends, spend more time with your lab mates. I miss my lab mates very much. I miss going out with them, meeting with them, asking them silly questions. And PhDs there are like really great. You can all, if not faculties, go directly to the PhDs. They are helpful as well. Like not only from my lab, I miss all the other labs I used to visit also. I miss buzzing into Riya ma'am's office and asking her, ma'am please postpone करवा दो, हमने preparation नहीं किया है. And I miss Jyotirmay sir asking me why I colored my hair blue. Don't ask me again. And I really miss all those things, like everything. But yeah, thank you. Like it feels great to share those memories. I have a lot, but I will shut it down. But anyway, thank you for inviting me today.
Where host कहाँ है?
Well, next. I can go next if anyone wants, doesn't want to. Good, that's fine. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, Prem, you are audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so I'll just quickly share my screen first. So I made a very brief presentation, not at all technical, but mostly for the third and fourth year EES students, who are really new, and I didn't get a chance to interact with them, so it's just something I want to share. Is it good now? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you so much. So first of all, good morning everyone, and thank you so much. First of all, yeah, thank you so much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to interact with uh, mostly the junior ES batch on the third department EES Annual meet. So thank you so much. So I know it's been 3 years since I graduated, so a little introduction. My name is Prem, and right now I'm working on getting a PhD at IISER lab in Paris, in France. So I started my IISER journey in 2015. It was a long time ago. It doesn't feel like that. So yes, so it was a wonderful journey, and we started with almost 180 people in the batch. All of them very smart, motivated, but more importantly, fun. Well, we really made a lot of friends back then in the first 2 years because the curriculum was very light in the first 2 years, and we definitely did put a lot of all-nighters. Most of them were not for studies and assignments, but yeah, that's the college life. But it was really fun, and I know the IISER curriculum has evolved very rapidly. So just for the new students or the people who are not familiar with that, when I joined the IISER, we had the first 2 years where you have to take the PC, MB, ES, and humanities in the first 2 years, and in the third year you could choose your majors. So I had the first 2 years, I had a lot of fun. I took some courses, and in the third year we chose I chose Earth Environmental Sciences. So it was a wonderful experience. I mean, I was very strongly supported by the seniors back then, like Shubham, Krishna, Kansha, and like professors like Dr. Kumar Aravan. So it was a very wonderful beginning of Earth Environmental Sciences. We were very lucky to have taken quite few courses from Professor Tandon. He also led our third year geology field trip. Is that what it's called? Yes. And it was very wonderful to have his insights on subjects on sedimentology. It was wonderful. And after the third year, we had to choose our degree, which is either geology, environmental sciences, or earth environmental sciences. So we were three people who chose the earth environmental sciences, and Divya and I went to a workshop in Bangalore, and Alankit was not there, so we just had to Photoshop him in. So yeah, this is what you see on the right is the Earth Environmental Science batch from 2017 to 2020. So after the third year, I wanted to have the flavor of all. So I started doing internships and workshops in glaciology, hydrology, atmospheric sciences to see what do I enjoy the most. And finally, when it came to the fourth year, back then Ramam used to take a course of aerosol sciences. I was so fascinated by the subject, I mean, and her approach of teaching that I thought maybe this is something I want to do. And so finally in the fifth year, I joined the lab. What you see here are an amazing group of people who work on very versatile topic under the umbrella of aerosol sciences. And the best thing about the group was that it gives you enough space for you to be a researcher, to be an independent researcher. You can come up with your own research idea. They definitely support you. So they allow you to swim, but they don't let you sink. So yeah, they give you enough opportunity to explore things, but you know that if you fail, they'll just save you. So yes, I'm very grateful to Ramya ma'am for giving me the opportunity and enough independence so that I can explore what do I exactly want to do in my master's thesis. And definitely, she put a lot of trust in me, and I worked really hard for my master's thesis. Just kidding. Well, jokes apart, we could really push some boundaries during my master's thesis. And for those of you who attended yesterday's lecture from Professor Kalpana Balakrishna, you know about the health burden of PM 2.5 exposure. So if you already attended yesterday's lecture, it's gonna be pretty easy for you to understand very briefly what I did in my master's thesis. So to get to that point where you get the exposure assessment of PM 2.5 concentrations, first of all, what you need is the spatially continuous PM 2.5 concentrations, so that you know how much population is exposed to what. And that's a very critical step because PM 2.5 varies a lot in space and time. So during my master's thesis, we developed an approach, a statistical approach that uses satellite-derived proxies, which we call as aerosol optical depth. It is a columnar property to estimate the spatially continuous PM 2.5 concentrations over Madhya Pradesh. What we see here in this scatter plot is that when we compared our model with the ground-based truth, we saw that our model performs really well, and we were able to generate spatially continuous PM 2.5 over Madhya Pradesh. Now, what we see in the background of this slide is the application of what we did in our master's thesis, or what I did in my master's thesis. Is that we found what is the premature mortality in Madhya Pradesh that can be attributed to exposure to ambient PM 2.5 concentrations. And I think one of the key results from my master's thesis was we were able to reinstate that the premature mortality that can be attributed to PM 2.5 is not only a big city problem in Madhya Pradesh. For example, it's not just limited to Bhopal or Indore. What we see is that it's also very high in Satna, Rewa, and Gwalior. And this was something that was very exciting for me. I really enjoyed working on this project. Now, what we need to understand is that what satellite gives us is a columnar integrated property because satellite observes Earth from zenith. When it looks down, it only sees in X and Y, but you don't have a lot of information on where this aerosol is located in the atmospheric column. And this was something that really motivated me, and that's fueled my PhD journey, and which is exactly what I'm doing right now. Is that I'm developing a new algorithm with a team with new satellite sensors. So now the point here, and the important point is, with time, we are putting new and better sensors in the Earth's orbit that can provide more information about the Earth's atmosphere. Now, with this more information, I am working on developing an algorithm by which we can monitor the three-dimensional distribution. That is, we can locate where that aerosol is in the atmospheric column using these satellite proxies. And now what you see on the left image, the colorful image, definitely the guy with the crown, the king, is my PhD guide, Kwan. And the two of us are the students who are working on developing this algorithm. But yeah, why do we need the 3D distribution in the first place? Is because that will help us understand the transport pathways better and definitely the ultimate health endpoints and their climate effects. So we also have the preliminary results, and what you see on the right top is that we are able to generate the vertical distribution of aerosols using satellite data. So you are just watching something from above and you can tell what's going on in the column. So once we finalize the results, definitely any scientific progress needs validation. So we had a cross campaign over Paris where they monitored the aerosol concentration at different altitudes using the aircraft measurements. What you see in the background is the team that really worked hard on that. So once we get that, we're going to validate our data, and I think that's it. So finally, this is the message I want to give to the junior EES batch, that your seniors always got your back, and this picture is just symbolic. I'm sure that if you can reach to each and every senior of EES department, they'll be very happy to assist you in your adventure. And thank you again for your time. So the two most important things is that take it easy, don't forget to have fun. And second very important point, which I just realized yesterday, is that at least have some pictures with your favorite people in case you're invited to have such interactions in the future, because I did not. So thank you so much. Is that it? I don't understand why it's so silent. Yeah, hi.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Prem, for your talk. So we would like to again welcome Ajmal Roshan from graduate student from University of Melbourne, and Ankit Dhar and Divyashmi TR, who joined with us right now. So yeah.
Invite Ajmal.
Hey Divya.
So Ajmal, if you can speak. Yours.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And I'll just share a small presentation with you guys, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, thank you for the invite. And yeah, I don't know if you can see, I'm wearing the initial
Yeah, we can see
t-shirt
yours.
that we got as well. Okay. So is the screen visible?
Yes.
Hello?
We can see your slides.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, a brief introduction for those of you who don't know me. Myself, Ajmal Roshan, 2017, joined IISER and graduated last year with a BSMS in Geology for my master's. I work with Dr. Ashish Bichwas in Environmental Geochemistry Lab, also Lab 210, and where I worked on soil saline geochemistry and biochar-based sorption studies. And that's a brief intro about me. Coming to present day, I'm a first year joint PhD student affiliated to Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences at the University of Manchester, UK, and Department of Infrastructure Engineering at the University of Melbourne, Australia. Right now, I'm in Manchester, UK. Next year, I will be moving to Melbourne. So, the work on which the thesis on which I will be working on PhD project is already predefined, which is selection and management of groundwater arsenic remediation approaches for improved water security in India. And I am really grateful that I have a very big supervisory team with varied expertises from both the universities. And since I am barely 6 months into my PhD journey, there isn't much research that I can show to you. Nor do I want to show all the talk to be all too technical with my master's related research. So just a thing about how the life in UK is. It's good. It has its pros and cons. So the most important con, I would say, is getting used to grocery planning, cooking, washing utensils, and stuff like that. And Divya would also add to it, I guess. And I was fortunate enough to have a short field trip to Cambodia and Thailand during this time, where I collected surface water samples from the rivers over there. And yes, Divya is always here as a pillar of support. And some pictures of my master's thesis during my master's work, and that's me inside Glowbox. Sad I won't be using that for during my PhD because I have actually changed the subject domain kind of, going from geochemistry into more like environmental management. And that also a Lab 210. Amazing bunch of people, and shout out to all my amazing batchmates. And that was one of the proudest moment of my life, getting convocated. And a picture to top them all, the inaugural org with all the faculties whom I'm immensely thankful for where I'm here today. And thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajmal. Now we also like to get interaction from student side. If anyone wants to discuss anything with them.
You open that up later on. Let everyone speak.
Okay. So next, I would like Ashwin, if you can. Ashwin. Hello.
Ashwin, you are muted.
Ashwin, you are muted right now. Can you unmute yourself?
Just a thing.
Oh yeah, now you are audible.
Yeah, I'm just like sharing my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Hello everyone. I hope you can see my slides.
The screen is visible.
I'm Ashwin Raman. I'm an alumni of IISER Bhopal. My current affiliation is University of Alabama. So, uh, talking about IISER and UA, like how they connect and everything. This particular semester, I'm taking courses in machine learning as well as numerical modeling, and this will eventually connect to my research work regarding floods. And so all the courses that I've taken at EES pertaining to hydrology, data science, and like so many others are I'm able to connect. So that becomes my foundation for the all the coursework and the research that I do here. In fact, like just last week we finished a hackathon, so to speak, wherein we in the machine learning course, wherein we were trying to come up with a good model to predict, to give some good results on the data. That was like one of my one of the interesting problems that I got to solve as of in the last couple of weeks that is the last couple of months that I spent here. So talking about my research, I cannot like specifically go into the details since I'm just like 2 months into my PhD. So as I told you, I will be working on in the research area of floods, and so what this would involve is like numerical methods. And so like what I'm currently doing is building up the theoretical background that I will be needing for my research eventually. So like for example, what you see here, like it says like this function f of x, and we are just trying to, so in numerical methods, one of the goals is if you cannot, like instead of trying to determine an analytical solution for the differential of f of x, we go with an approximate solution. And so like these are some of the different ways that the slopes can be estimated. Like although you can see that this is the exact solution, these are some of the near as you can get. And so where this will come for me is I'll be estimating like how, like for example, say the water moves or something of that sort eventually. And with regards to the numerical methods, the Taylor series expansion becomes one of the critical things that I'll have to revisit frequently. And so I'll just be quick about. I'll just like quickly come to conclude my slides. Some closing thoughts. There is, in case you're interested to come to University of Alabama, just know that there's a nice little Indian community here, and we'll also be celebrating Holi soon. And I would like highly encourage the IISER students that are there to work hard during their time at IISER, and also apply to their research labs of interest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashwin. Now I would like Dr. Aditya Kumar to share his experience in IISER and also during the doctoral postdoc at University of Maryland.
Hi, so can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, so good morning, and I'm very thankful to you for inviting me here at EES third annual meet. So, and I also want to congratulate, like we are doing it for 3 years and maybe we'll continue later on, like next coming years also. And it's good to see you people around here. And it's not been like longer time since I left IISER Bhopal, so it's I think around 4 months only. So my memories are still there. And so I learned since my weeks from last week I was busy and like I had moved, we had we had a release of a dashboard. So my professor put a lot of work on me, and from last few weeks I was really busy, so I didn't get a chance to get like make slides. But I have few slides, and I'll get you through my department and my lab, and then I'll share the some memories from IISER Bhopal. So I'll share my screen now. Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay, so I think most of the students and faculty present here like know me, but again, those who don't me, I am Dr. Aditya Kumar Dubey, and like I just passed my PhD from IISER Bhopal in 2021 December, and I was there as a project associate for 9 months, like so, and I just left IISER Bhopal in November 2022. And I joined here in University of Maryland at the Earth System Science and Interdisciplinary Center in December 2022. So it's been only 3 months. So what I will do, I'll just take you through my department and my lab and some research work what we are doing. So it's not really results, but what we will be doing and what will be our goal. So like current life. So this is the Earth System Science Interdisciplinary Center at University of Maryland, and like it is a part of the College of Computer, Mathematical, and Natural Sciences at University of Maryland. And the center was developed by like it's the joint venture of Department of Atmospheric, Ocean Sciences, Geology, and Geographical Sciences. These are all the department from University of Maryland, and the center was built by funding from NASA and Goddard Space Flight Center. Also, the collaborator are NOAA, and there are other institutions who fund our institute. And we have a really nice funding in my institutes because each one of us have our own office. Even the PhD students have like their own office. And you have really free coffee and tea, so that's really nice here. And then I'll go quickly through my group. So presently I'm in the group of a project called Dashboard for Agriculture, Water Use and Nutrient Management. That's called DAWN. And this is a project where we'll be having a dashboard. And so the release of dashboard was like scheduled today only, but due to some issue, it was postponed to, and it will be like released on 8th of March, like next week. And my professor is like Professor Jin Dong Liang, who is the director of the project. And in this project, we will be we'll be providing forecast, and it involves, scientists from different paths, like different subjects like agriculture, economics, policy makers, and climate field like us. And we will be providing the guidance and decisive results to support agriculture decision directly to the farmers. And the project is funded by National Institute of Food and Agriculture. So I'll also take you through the site where what we will be doing. These are the collaborative institutes from the project. And Now, what we will be actually doing, our team will be doing. So we are downscaling CFS forecast, like this NOAA forecast, at weather and seasonal scale, using a regional model, which will be like it's kind of WOF only, but it is redeveloped by my supervisor. So he has developed it since 20 years ago, and we are using it for forecast over the whole US domain. And the forecasts are calibrated, and like it will be further improved using the recent bias correction methods and some machine learning techniques. So it's still in the process, since it's been 3 months only. It's in the process of going on, and the results we will be analyzing the risk analysis using innovative ideas, and the results will be based on different agriculture and economic models, and we will provide reliable information to the farmers and managers and policymakers also. Now, so I didn't put much effort because I didn't have time to go through the life at IISER, and we know IISER well. So I'll just share some of the photos, my lab mates. Here you can see this. This is my lab photo. So there are some of group members, and really miss them. This is my when we had a great team of around 18 people there, and this is the, I think, CCD from IISER. And this is like when I was done with my PhD and I was living in my hostel. So the name was changed to Hawk Hostel 1. And for your information, I joined in January 1st of January 2016, and graduated on December 28, 2021. And I think that's all. And I will just share, show you the work which I am doing. So you can see this site. So this is the project, Dashboard for Agriculture, Water Use and Nutrient Management. And this is the dashboard we will be going to release on 8th of December. Just I will show my team. So we have large number of faculties and students working on this project. So we have extensive team which is mainly for communications and decision makers. They are in direct touch with the farmers, and they communicate with farmers and give them the data, and what actions should they put. These people are doing this. So they are from different institutes. You can see Minnesota, Nebraska, Maryland. We have there are different. We have also farmers on our board, so we are directly involved with farmers and doing, collaborating with them and exchanging information from them, and we are also providing information to them. This is the system development and forecasting team where I comes in. So this is my professor. He is the project director of this project, whole project, and we have the postdocs and PhDs here. We are in the development of forecast, and we will provide forecast to the other group members. These are the decision support system team, and there are a lot of information delivery system team. So this is a very long project and big project. And now I'll just share some information about dashboard. So this is the dashboard where we will be releasing in some next week. So here you can create your you can create your ID passwords, and you can log in, and you can also log in as a guest, and you can go there and you can just create your own widget. So this is it's not really updated, so it will be updated with many more features. So here you can see the current temperature, what is the field slide temperature, hourly precipitation forecast, 10-day forecast, and here we will also have the forecast about the crop growth. So we had a crop modeling system also, which is done by different groups. and we will also have this system here. So this is just a starting, and this will be updated as we go out. So I'll just stop presenting. Now at IISER Bhopal, so I really want to thank all the faculty members, especially my supervisor, Dr. Pankaj Kumar, like who insisted and who took me as a PhD student, even being I'm not from the mathematical field, and his work is really based on mathematics. So then also he took me as a PhD student, and during the interview I really appreciate Ramya ma'am who was there, who took a lot of questions, and I really got scared that I will not be selected. Even though I got selected, and I'm thankful to teachers there. So initially when I joined IISER Bhopal, we didn't have long faculty members. We only had five faculty members at that time, and there were only 5 PhD students. And luckily, I'm the first PhD student of my group, so we didn't have our own lab. We used to sit in like one room, all 5 PhD students, and that was a like nice memory. We had a chat, we just laugh, we just keep jokes, and like it was really nice. Then we had our own labs. Everyone got their own lab, and some labs were already there, like Raman's lab and Pritam's lab was already there. And also, I like to thank all the teachers who took the courses, especially Dr. Satinder Pal sir. So in one of his courses, I was the only student. So he taught me for whole semester, like for me alone. And I really appreciate his hard work, because even though I was the only student, he didn't care to he didn't never told that I will not take the class. So every class he comes to the classroom and he taught me. Even I was the single person, though the subject was not related to my subject. It was Eurochemistry, and though I'm not much aware of that, but even though I learned a lot of things, and still I remember many things where I can correlate if some people works. Also, I would say that I was not from the climate and weather field. So my bachelor's was in biology, and I didn't aware of like computing. I was null, you can say. So I started from scratch, and I'm thankful to my supervisor who really took me into the system. So he just gave me a system. So that was a common system in that single room first. So he told me just get the Linux installed there. So I was not even aware of the word Linux. Even I would say I was not aware of the definition of weather and climate, in a meaningful sense. And I think I got the real definitions in PhD and my PhD. So you can think of from where I did start. And since I was the first one and we didn't have a lot of things, we were in development phase. So I have seen the development of my lab from scratch, and now it's full-fledged, running lab. And during the time, I also did TA with different teachers like Satyendra Pal sir, Ramya ma'am, Dhanalakshmi ma'am. So I really appreciate their help in whatever knowledge I gained from their teaching, and how to interact with people, do check-ins, and I also got been scolded by sometimes due to some error in doing the mistakes and all. And and especially with Dhanya ma'am, I would say she just messes sometimes in the morning that you have to take class, and I am really unprepared, and even though I took, and I'm really thankful to them because of her, I took some classes, and I got somehow fear of getting on the stage or talking to people. So I'll really appreciate her. And I also want to thank Satinder sir for during the initial team. He was very helpful. Pritam sir was there. So I really thank all the teachers who were there for me, and I think we will have their support in my future also. And I'll also, if I'll be of any help, I'll really there for them. And since I think there are only all our PhD students in the alumnus team, I'm the only one who as a PhD alumnus from IISER Bhopal. So I think, I don't know whether new PhD students are admitted there or not. But for them, I will just share some thoughts. So I just say them that don't even get scared that what will happen in my PhD, what I will do, because I am the one who didn't have anything till my 5 years completed. Like I didn't have anything in my hand, and I was really scared that what will happen to me, where I will go. Even I was having thought of that I will leave PhD, but in the 6th year everything went on, and uh, I did really well. So I had a lot of papers. In 1 year, I got more than 10, 15 papers there. And then I also started applying for postdocs, and I really got admitted. I really got a position in University of Maryland. So thank you all again, and maybe we will have discussion later on if anyone have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aditya. Now I would like Divya Rishmi to also share her experiences in IISER and also now in Manchester.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, you're audible. Yes, you're audible.
Yes. Thanks. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
I have presented now.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Divya. I used to be a BSMS graduate from IISER. I graduated in 2020. We were the 2015 batch of students, and we were the first batch of students who got affected by the COVID restrictions. And yes, so that's the batch. For myself, I used to be in IISER from 2015 to 20, and during the times I used to be involved with Prayas, which is the university NGO, as well as with SAC. I was fortunate enough to have worked with both the directors, Professor Singh as well as Professor Mapati. And yeah, so as well as within the department, the batch had the immense privilege to have been taught by Professor Tandon for all 3 consecutive years. And along with that, I was very much happy to have been involved with Professor Vilatkar during my final year of the master's thesis. And the right-hand corner picture is me, my batchmate Nitin and Nida. The 3 of us were the students who had worked with Dr. Arundhati Khatak for the master's thesis. So that's us, that's the batch, that's the people. And yeah, I could have dumped many pictures in here, but I was like, control yourself. And yeah, so during the time at IISER, the one important thing that I still remember is I had this huge shift, exploring all sorts of domains within earth and environmental sciences, as you can see from one of the images here. Some days I'm explaining about stalactites and stalagmites, and the other day I'm talking about gases or cloud formation and stuff like that. So I had done all sorts of internships and projects in atmospheric sciences, environmental sciences, and hydrology. And then for my master's, I chose to work in geochemistry. So that is mostly me. Currently, I'm affiliated with the University of Manchester here in the UK, and I am now exploring what I've not done in my bachelor's and master's, which was planetary sciences. Now, for people who think it's a great shift, well, it's not. I'm still using the same set of techniques and the same set of methodologies, just that my system has changed. So on that note, when I was doing my bachelor's and master's, I had this opportunity to do a lot of projects and internships, and which gave me access to using instruments, getting involved with a network of people from the science community, how to work in a clean lab, how to make a thin section, how to handle rocks, how to do a field study. Now these are the set of transferable skills that you can acquire during your bachelor's and master's. So I had done that in all sorts of systems, water system, air system, and the geological system. And now I thought, for the PhD it's the same set of transferable skills, just that I'm applying to the planetary system. In my case, I'm working on the moon. So the right-hand side is a picture of me at around the same time last year in Arizona, in the US. So Arizona is considered as one of the analog sites for lunar exploration, where they train astronauts. Other than Arizona, there are other sites as well, such as the Reese crater in Germany and Utah, which is an analog site for Mars. So astronauts get trained there. Young research enthusiasts who are proceeding into the field get trained there for sample collection and instrument analysis, equipment testing, etc. So yeah, that was me last year, the same time in Arizona. So yeah, some days you are at an amazing field in front of huge mountains, and the other day you are sitting inside your room, beside your bed like this. And coming to my work, on the left hand side here you see a GIF which is of a lunar basalt. So my everyday thing is to go look at the basalts in thin section. So I'm fortunate enough to have got a set of 9 samples from NASA, from their Apollo 17 mission. So a set of 9 basaltic rocks from the moon. For those of us who are wondering, so when you look at the moon, the side that you see is called the near side of the moon, which is the only information I knew about the moon before I joined my PhD. So on the other side, we have the far side of the moon. So for all of the Apollo missions, I've only been able to go to the near side of the moon. 6 successful missions that made astronauts land on the moon and collect samples and return back. Of the 6 missions, we had 2 astronauts per mission who landed and walked and picked the samples. Of all the 12 astronauts, only 1 person was a geologist, Professor Jack Schmidt. And so yeah, and we had a collection of high titanium rocks from this set of area. So all the mineral faces, the shiny ones that you see over there with colors, are called pyroxides. The petrology of lunar rocks is quite simple, just 3-4 minerals mainly. And yeah, that's mostly it. So yeah, like I said, the everyday thing is to look at these colorful, magical things and then analyze them using an electron microprobe, collect their chemical compositions, and then create something called pressure and temperature diagram using the principle of thermobarometry. Again, something that I had only heard of while I was doing my BSMS, but currently I'm full-fledged working on it. Now, from all that information, I'll try to see whether magmas directly came to the surface of the moon, or whether magmas had chambers between them, or did they have just one stop between them before they reached the surface and erupted. If you're wondering what does she mean by eruption and all this nonsense, well, 3 to 4 billion years back, the moon used to be actively erupting volcanoes. So had we looked at the same moon some 3-4 billion years back, we would have seen fireworks in the sky at night. Well, now that the show is all over, but then we've got the remnants like that. So when you look at the moon every night, we see the dark patches and the light patches. The dark patches are the regions where there used to be volcanoes and where such samples are collected from. Yeah, so that's mostly me and my work, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Chitra. Now I would like to request Aniket to share his experience while being in IISER and also now being in Arizona.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'll just share a slide. Oh, I'm having some problems with sharing the slide.
Yeah, sure. Sure, take your time.
Sir, इधर आइए so that they can see you. Otherwise you will not be seen. Hi.
Their face is like a company where everyone is disciplined.
Aniket is trying to get his slide up.
Till Aniket joins us back for his slide with his slides. So, are there any questions that the students want or the faculty want? Oh, Aniket is here. Oh. No, we'll continue. Are there any questions the students or the faculty want to ask to the alumni over here?
Someone has to break down this, I guess. Aniket is trying to put his slide up. Aniket, if it is too difficult, you can also just speak from your mind. That is good enough
Can
too.
hear you without.
No?
Yeah.
You can hear me.
By the way, my screen I think sharing is working right now. So yeah.
It's not working. Aniket, it's fine.
Aniket, are you presenting
You can just
Yeah.
speak from your
Yeah,
mind.
I can go forward. Like I think it's working now.
No, we can't see your screen actually.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, hello everyone. So I'm a master's student from BSMS 2016, and I used to work with Dr. Yom Mukherjee. So currently I'm working in my first year of PhD at University of Arizona Department of Geosciences. So currently the topic I'm working on is completely different what I did in my master's. It's mainly on Indian monsoon and how stabilized slopes can be used to understand the fluctuation in Indian monsoon in the late Holocene. So my research is basically what I started during my third year. I think I was presenting with Divalashni. I think she showed in one of her pictures she was working. We made some speleothem sample. So I'm working with on speleothems and also coupling understanding marine and terrestrial games and understanding how monsoons have changed. So over the last 8 months in UFA. So I have been working on this glowstone from the cave sample in southern India from Gadiki side. So it's like the weird record of oxygen isotope is showing that it's like the highest. It's a high depleted precipitation amount in one of the driest part of India, southern India. So that's what I am currently figuring out, like why is the reason, what is like taking into account other cave data and everything. So future plans for exploring more caves outside India, inside India, and more things. These are like the results from some of my like last 7-8 months of research over here. Besides then, like research, I'm just like enjoying the desert climate. So yeah, like we had a snowfall yesterday night, and this is what it looked like on the extreme right. Except that this is some of the pictures from this the winter time, some of the summer, and we do have pretty like beautiful sunsets and sunrise. So yeah, this is all like which I had present. Sorry, sir, for the short time, but I just came out of a midterm exam, so yeah. So thank you everyone for inviting me, and Jyoti sir, everyone, Rami ma'am, Diya ma'am, Tandon sir, and Sanjeev sir, like for helping me out getting a position. Finally, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aniket.
So now we want discussion from our student side and the faculty side. We want this.
So I can start.
Okay.
Thank you very much everyone for accepting our invitation and share your thoughts with us today. So on behalf of the department, I thank you all. One of the things that really makes me very happy that all of you are working abroad, but many of you are actually working on Indian problems. So that is very nice to see. Although some of you are not restricting yourself in the world itself, you are going to the moon, but that's also very nice. Yeah, thank you very much again for accepting our invitation, and I can see all of you are in the path of becoming professionals very soon, and I wish you all the best. Yes.
Hi, how are you, all of you? I'm sorry I was.
Hi sir, how are you? I was very disappointed not see you in the beginning.
No, I was a little, my tummy has been upset, so. So I was a bit late, but I didn't want to catch up on this so that I can see your bright faces, and that makes me bright also. That's the most important thing of my life now. So one thing that I always like to push my younger colleagues here and push you in the same path, good or bad, I don't know. I can't ask Aniket for publications, but Divya, have you published?
I have not published yet, sir.
When do I see it? Before?
I hope soon.
I don't want to leave this planet without seeing your publication. When?
Sir.
Give me a date.
No, sir, don't do that.
How close are you to a publication?
I am writing up stuff from all the results from whatever I've got till so far. So it's the second year going on, just one more year into finishing the PhD. So I hope something comes
Yeah,
up.
that's exactly the point. Written is 3 years, so you're more than halfway through now, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
They're saying I should be here because I'm troubling you, like always.
No, sir. I mean, honestly, nobody scolds here, so it's necessary in life to get scolded by you every year for some reason.
You're missing my scolding. I'm glad.
I am a lot.
Good. I'm so happy that you're all doing so well and in such good places. And our latest Ajmal and Pratichi, I think Pratichi, when did you go out? A year ago?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. This is Tasmania.
That's my name, sir. So I am not here yet. I'm still waiting for the visa. Australian visa is taking time.
Okay, so you're here still.
Yes, sir. I am here only. I'm at home.
So you haven't yet traveled to Tasmania.
No.
Okay. Prem, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. I'm good. Like, I'm
Are
happy
you
to see
enjoying a lot of French wine?
I did the Sorry?
Are you
A lot.
gulping a lot of French wine also?
Yes, definitely. I mean, that's better than a PhD here. So.
Good, it's great. Ajmal, have you settled in?
Yes, sir. Divya actually helped me a lot because right now I am in Manchester.
Good, great. Aditya, new culture, new country, any difficulties?
No, sir. Akash was here to help me, and I'm really thankful to him. Like, he initially helped a lot in settling here. So, I really thank him for his service.
So,
And he is the only person near me who I interact with, and kind of Indian friend, and some of his friends who are living with him. So I just interact with them only. I don't get time to socialize because in the morning I woke up and I have to go to office. Then I came back and I have to prepare my own food because I'm a vegetarian. So I don't like to eat outside. So it's very tedious all weekday. Just I got Saturday and Sunday, so I sleep and just rest 2 days. So that's the day I am living here.
in the race for PhD, Divya, you're ahead of everybody else in this group over here, right? I mean, the others are, you have only a year and a half to go. The others have much longer. I don't know about Prem. Prem, your PhD is also 3 years, is it, or more?
Yes, sir. It's 3 years in fact. And yeah, after that I have to take some teaching courses, and I don't want to teach.
Teach.
That's good enough motivation to graduate.
Good, Ashwin, tell me about yourself also, your social life and your academic life.
Yes, sir. So, I'm just couple of months into my PhD, still figuring things out, learning a lot of new things. I'm able to balance my social life as well. There are some good people here. It is pretty interesting.
Great, God bless all of you. It's lovely seeing you after such a long time. Keep in touch in every way, social, academic, professional, whatever way.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Students.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, hi everyone. I needed to interact with Pratichi. I had a question for her. So I just figured out that you haven't yet landed in Tanzania. But whom are you going to work with and what exactly is your topic? I was just interested to know that.
So the topic is pathways to production of critical metals from Western Tasmania, and I will be working with, I have 3 supervisors, Professor David Cook and Julie Hunt and Claire Miller. So, and I will be working under the Ores department, which is basically Center of Ore Depository on Site.
Great. So you have, have you started anything yet? Are you doing some literature review and stuff, or officially you haven't yet joined there?
No, I have joined there, but I have just done some short courses which was on data science. There was a course, and I had to wake up at 3 a.m. because it was 5.5 hour time difference. And the literature review I haven't started yet. I just know the proposal part, just the basic of what I'm going to do.
Alright.
That's it.
Yeah, so really best of luck to everybody and all happy faces. Great to see. Aniket, as usual, smiley always. So yeah, keep the enthusiasm alive. And Divya as well, so great to kind of see you, Prem and Ajmal, yeah. Please keep the motivation alive. So great to see all of you actually, Ashwin as well as, Aditya, I haven't really interacted much, but it's so good to see, you doing a postdoc in Maryland. So all the best to everybody. So yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Students want to ask?
Hello, all, and nice to see you after a long time. So I want to talk to Ajmal. Ajmal, can you please explain, what difference you see, in our lab or there? There is any difference in working or environment? Yeah, of course.
Okay, this is going to be tough. Since Ashish sir is also here.
That's why.
So actually, I have just switched the field to be honest. So I was a lab kind of guy during my masters, always working inside the cloud box. Now mine is like more field and data oriented part. So the main difference is like here it's mostly like 9 to 5 kind of job like thing, and it's up to you if you want to push yourself more. And the second part is which I find it really interesting is you get paid for the GTA that you do, or if your supervisor has any side projects, then it's not actually, they will still ask you to do it, but since it's from a different project which is not part of your PhD, you get paid for that as well. Like I say, you will be casually, temporarily appointed as a graduate research assistant. And then there are some, I would say, more funding they have, and in some aspects, otherwise I wouldn't have actually gotten a chance to visit Cambodia and Thailand. So the actual reason for going there was to close some wells that they had dug a few years back. And for closing wells, I was like, I mean, I shouldn't be there because I wasn't the one closing the wells, but I just went. So then the other part is like, I haven't yet started my lab work. There's a small lab component as well because the safety stuff is pretty strict here. You have to get like multiple trainings and get prior approval from 3 different levels before you get into lab. So yeah, lawn working is not allowed inside lab. So you should always pair up with one more student in case something goes wrong. So there's one more person. And late night hours working and all are not actually allowed because of safety reasons. So these are some of the differences.
Okay, thank you. All the best. So due to time constraint, we will be taking one more interaction if possible. Anyone want to interact?
Hi, I am Bela. I wanted to ask a common question to all of you. Actually, there are 2 parts to this question. So the first is, how many positions, like how many places have you applied to before getting admitted to this place where you are currently? And the second part is, what do you think is kind of the most sought after quality during the admission process by the committee? Is it the in-depth knowledge, or is it diversity, or probably just your soft skills? What is it?
Unmute, please. Unmute.
Can you just unmute, please, Divya?
Is it just me? I couldn't hear the first part of the question.
Yeah.
The first part was that how many places had you applied to and got selected over this?
Yes, anybody want to start?
Okay, so do I start? So I don't even remember how many places did I apply to. I think it's 7 or 8. And out of those, I got 3 positions. One was in USA, it was in North Carolina. Second was in Stockholm, and the third was in Paris. I was very sure that I don't want to go for a US PhD because it's more academically oriented, and I don't want to take courses anymore. And in Sweden, I was told that it's very depressing, it's very cold, it's not for Indians. So finally, I went for my PhD here, and also because the work is very much related to what I did in my master's thesis. I think that's something that really helped me getting this position. So most of the times, I think they go for your grades. I think mostly in USA. Here also, I mean, they had huge questions about my grades. But anyway, so fortunately, I had a good publication during my master's thesis, and after like 1 year, which I did with Professor Raman. So I had some good publications and very close to the research to what they are doing. So I think that was a big advantage. But it's a very luck-based thing that you will find exactly what you're looking for. So sometimes you have to compromise. You could get lucky. It's something very hard to make a comment on. But definitely soft skills play a very important role. So that's very important.
The first step will be, yeah. So like as Bhaiya said also, the first step will be your scores because before the interview you will be evaluated based on your scores and then you will be selected for your interview. So for my case, I think I applied in 5 places and I got selected in 2 places, Italy and this one. And like this for the Australian interview, it was one and all. But during the interview, Italy one, it was like all of them who were selected, we were in the same place. It was like a discussion. But then we were going through one by one, and I could see like most of them were very experienced, more experienced than me. I did not have any publication at that time when I applied for that. I got my publication recently, but at that time there wasn't any. But the first, even though the first step was number, but during the interview, they see how your thought process works. Like they will give you some cases and they will see whether you can think of some ways in which you can perform the project or anything. That was for my Indian interview, and for my Australian interview, it was like they asked me general questions also, like did you have any environmental courses, how much time you put in research work, how you used to work in lab. They asked me how I like whether I had any presentation or not, one-on-one interaction with my PIs or not, and they basically ask you a lot like whether you are ready for the project or not. So first step, of course, numbers, and then your thing. Yeah, I also didn't apply for US. Same reason as same way. I said like I can't do MSc again and it's 5 years, so I applied for the Europe and Australia places where it is only 3 to 3.5 years. It's up to you if you want to do courses again. It's up to you. You can apply that to US and all.
Yeah, like I personally think if you have a set of skills, transferable skills, like I said, like using an instrument, working in a clean lab facility, understanding some coding languages, or in general, some set of skills that you have acquired during your 5 years. And it can be by doing internships, projects, or taking courses by yourself and working on them. For me, I didn't have any publication, like Kandan sir said. Absolutely no publications. All I had in hand was these set of transferable skills only. I knew how to use an electron microprobe because I cried a lot in my final year that I badly wanted to use one. So I used one, and which was one of the main things that they were interested in when they interviewed me for the position here. And right now I've had the opportunity to work at 4 microprobe facilities here in Europe altogether. And if anybody back in India is also interested, there is something called the Excite Transnational Application, which gives PhD, postdoc, and researchers access to all sorts of instrumental facilities across Europe for free. So yeah, so for me it was mostly the transferable skills of using so many things.
Yeah, I'm giving the screen paused, and as well also seeing the screen paused.
No.
Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
For me, I think because I was changing my field, so that's why I wanted to be more academically oriented, something. And yeah, so it was very difficult to get a position that time because like I was coming from a hard geology background, moving towards climate and understanding geochemical applications on climate. And so yeah, faculties on the committees were a bit skeptical on like whether this candidate would be a suitable one for the group. They were like that because he's coming from a very different background. But yeah, so like I think for me that helped was my soft skills background because the thing which I'm working on is exactly what I did in my internships and everything. So yeah, that promoted my application like it gave me an 8. So out of like I played around 9 or 10, and in the US I got from like 4 or 5. But yeah, UFA's like for paleoclimate division is like very good, so that's why I chose to go there. But yeah, if you're changing field, for me, for my opinion, I think you should consider getting more academically oriented first, so that you have a more stable background, and then you can focus on your research based on how stable background you have. So yeah.
Thank you everyone for joining with us today for the session. Due to time constraint, we need to end this right now. But thank you for the session.
Let's give a big round of applause for
let's
our
give a big
alumni.
round of applause.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. See you again.
So there is tea outside. So I would request you all to just get some refreshment before our next event, which is talk by Professor G.V.R. Prasad.
And ask the time will till the time to come back.
Please try to finish it by 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Because we need to start at
We
11.
don't want the external speaker to wait.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Good morning, sir. Sir, good morning. Can you hear me? It's not on. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me? Professor Prasad. He's there. Professor Prasad, if you can hear me, we will start in next 10 minutes. Hello. One of you should be here. Yeah, if you speaks. If you hear me here.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Hello.
Hello, sir, can you hear us?
Hello? Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear us? Sir, he's not able to hear us. Hello? Sir, are you able to hear us? Now. Sir, now. Good morning, sir. Are you able to hear us? Hello? क्या मतलब उनको शायद आवाज ही नहीं है हमारी आवाज जा ही नहीं हेलो
Please check if you can hear us. Totally. Are you able to? Yeah.
हेलो हेलो मॉर्निंग सर
We were discussing one day before yesterday, we wanted to know our plan, they show what is the status of the part, what is down already, what is left, experiment wise, analysis wise. That basically we discussed, and then I prepared the first two chapter, and also when she is going to write the first chapter I have to write.
So you are able to hear us like in right now, like if I'm speaking to you, right? So, hello. Yes, sir. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear. It's like, are we audible to you? Hello.
Okay. But I am not able to hear you.
You are able to hear. Okay, just a second. Okay. If you are, yeah, just like that.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, actually, you can hear my sound, right?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, we can't, we can hear you, but you are not able to hear from us, right?
Yeah, now I can hear.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so
like,
the sound is not on.
Within 1 2 minutes, and we'll get back to you.
Yeah, actually, your voice is breaking.
Anirudh, are you able to hear us? Anirudh? Are you able to hear us?
So can you hear me now?
Unmute yourself.
Hello.
Unmute, guys.
No.
It's not. It's muted.
No, sir. That's my laptop for recording.
Acha.
So, sir, can you hear us now? Hello. Anirudh, am I audible to you? Hello. Hello, sir. Are we audible? Hello. Hello. Sir, are we audible to you now? Hello. Hello. Hello, sir. Can you hear us now? Type it out. Hello. Sir, can you hear us now?
It's muted, guys.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Hello.
हाँ सर, हाँ कर सकते हैं सर.
Hello.
अरे ये तो
No, sir, the Anirudh's one laptop is we are using.
Hello.
Sir, can you hear us now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Last तो अच्छा वाला था ना. He is speaking. We can't hear him. You see that is blinking, na?
Yeah, that's disturbance. We need to set it up.
Just write in the chat box again.
We are writing.
Will the earlier link work?
You just log out again and just log in again. Probably that will work.
Yes, सर आवाज नहीं आ रहा है वहाँ से इस तरफ से.
क्या बोलना है? एक What do I communicate? क्या बोलूं?
वहाँ से आवाज नहीं आ रही है.
Can you ask him to join?
यहाँ से आवाज नहीं आ रही.
अच्छा एक दफा ना वो लॉग आउट करके फिर से लॉग इन करो.
ओके ओके ठीक है ओके.
We also tried, but we can hear like in the 3 accounts we can hear. Sir is not able to hear us. From his device he can't hear us.
So एक काम करो ना, वो ask him to speak. ठीक है? During the question answer session we will figure it out. Maybe we'll use the phone or something.
ये किससे तुम लोगों ने टैग किया है?
This one.
ये तुम्हारे अकाउंट से है कि अनिल भी के अकाउंट से है?
Hello sir, can you hear us now?
See, your thing is showing muted. And Anirudh is actually.
We are using the Anirudh.
Yes. Sir, can you hear us?
Sir, can you hear us now?
एक बार unmute करो ना अपने को. Just try that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. हाँ.
Hello.
सर आप उनको फोन करके बोलिए कि just start presenting. We'll figure out the rest because we can hear him. हाँ वो तो present कर दे. We'll keep this.
Hello. Hello sir, can you hear us now?
Sir, can you speak now?
Hello sir.
हाँ बोलो. अच्छा हाँ we can hear you now. We can hear you. You can hear us also now.
अभी थोड़ी देर पहले आवाज
आ रही थी आवाज. अच्छा शेयर करो स्क्रीन शेयर करनी शुरू कर दो.
चलो सर ठीक है ओके.
Hello sir, are we audible to you now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you can hear us, right? Yeah. Hello and welcome all of you back from the tea break. So we are honored to have our next esteemed guest, Professor G.V.R. Prasad. with us today. Professor Prasad is a distinguished paleontologist and the head of the geology department at the University of Delhi. With a wealth of knowledge and expertise in the Mesozoic vertebrate group of India. Throughout his career, Professor Prasad has made remarkable contribution to the scientific community. He has been recognized by various prestigious institutes and awarded the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for the Science and Technology by CSIR. He is an elected fellow of all the three major Indian science academies. We are Indian Academy of Science, India National Science Academy, and the National Academy of Sciences, India, as well as the World Academy of Sciences. The CSIR awarded him with the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology in 2003. Which is one of the highest Indian science award for the contribution to Earth, atmosphere, ocean, and planetary sciences.
His primary areas of study have been the vertebrate paleontology and Cretaceous paleobiogeography. He is well known for his significant research on different Mesozoic vertebrate groups of all India concerning their biogeographic links, variety, and their origin. He is credited with finding the first Cretaceous mammal from India, as well as the putative old ungulate mammal and eutherian mammals with arboreal adaptations. He has characterized the Euarchontan affinities from the Cretaceous of India, which is thought to support the Mesozoic origin of the placental mammals. He is well accomplished researcher with about 100 peer-reviewed journal publications to his credit. He has previously served on the Wadia Institute of the Himalayan Geology and its governing body, the Research Advisory Council. Today we have the privilege of listening to Professor Prasad's insight on his research, Narmada Valley, a treasure house for pre-extinction of the dinosaur fauna of India. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you to all of you. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. In my talk, I'm going to discuss about the important geological events in Narmada Valley during the Cretaceous period, and briefly the history of research on dinosaurs from Narmada Valley, and also recent research in this area. So the Narmada Valley is a reactivated rift valley along which a major buried incursion took place between 100 million years and 75 million years. And this buried incursion extended from Bharuch in Gujarat up to a place called Barwa, west of Indore. And the evidence for this marine incursion is preserved in the rock record in the form of what is known as bark beds, a bark group of rocks. And following the withdrawal of the sea around 75 million years or so, deposition of fluvial sediments, mostly represented by lacustrine and pellucidal flat deposits, occur all along the Narmada Valley as well as along the Godavari Graben. And these deposits are well known for their dinosaur fauna since the early part of 19th century. And the mammoth deposits as well as the bark deposits are concealed subsequently by the eruption of one of the largest slug basalt volcanisms in the world, known as the Deccan volcanism. And many of these lava flows, the Deccan lava flows, they are intercalated with sedimentary beds, which actually were deposited in a lacustrine basins on the low-lying topographic places. And these lake bodies actually hosted many life forms that include invertebrates, vertebrates, and plants. So if you look at the map of the Narmada Valley, we can see that the Namala River, it starts somewhere in the Amarkantak Hills in the east and extends up to the Gulf of Kembe near there, where it meets the Arabian Sea near Bharuch. And it is a rift valley and it's a graben which is bounded on both on the north side with the North Nambala Fault and south by the South Nambala Fault, and it divides the Satpura Hills to the south from the Vindhyan Hills to the north. The sequence, the stratigraphic sequence here, it starts with the basement rocks, the Precambrian basement rocks, which are followed by the Neymar sandstone, which the lower part is considered as fluvial in origin, and whereas the upper part is shallow marine in nature. And above that, we have the nodular limestone, and then followed by the coralline limestone. These are the two marine shallow marine sequences which have yielded lots of marine fossils like ammonites, echinoids, gastropods, bivalves, brachiopods, bryozoans, and oysters, as well as occasionally shark teeth as well. And above the coralline limestone, we have a green sandstone unit which is considered as supraban, and some consider it as lower part of the lamina formation, which also has yielded many marine fossils like sharks, oysters, and also in addition to that, some of the dinosaur teeth, both carnivorous and herbivorous dinosaur teeth were found in these beds, and probably they were transported from terrestrial sequences into shallow marine environment, and also some lungfish dental plates also found. And then it is followed by the coralline limestone is uniformly overlaid by the lamina formation, which is well known for many of these plant fossils, plant food fossils, and it is also when you consider Jabalpur and Balasino. So these are the places where most of the dinosaur skeletal remains have been documented, and also nesting sites were found. And above that, most of these deposits, whether it is rock beds or the lamina formation, they were mostly concealed by the Deccan lava flows. And as you can see in this area, we've got the lava flows. And in between the lava flows, we find at many places intertrappean sediments, this microscopic sediments, which have yielded many microfossils. And this represents the last stage of the dinosaurs, where we find some evidence of dinosaur remains, but relatively less as compared to that of the lamina formation. So these are some of the field photographs of the rock beds, like we have the Neymar sandstone, nodular limestone, followed by coralline limestone. And this is the base of the nodular limestone, very close to the Bangtown. And the lower part of the Neymar sandstone, it has been a source of some dinosaur bones, like this one, the sauropod humerus. And also recently we found several bones of the dinosaurs on this horizon, the lower part of the Neymar sandstone, which are these fossils are effectively described. And so this is what I was talking about. At the top of the sequence, at the top of the bark sequence, we have a green sandstone, which is exposed, very well exposed near the village Puti Baudi. And here you can find some of these dinosaur teeth, carnivorous dinosaur teeth, as well as many shark teeth, as well as some dental plates of the lungfishes. And so it is a mixture of freshwater as well as marine fossils. So most of these terrestrial fossils were transported and deposited in the marine sequence. So this bed, the green sandstone, is it contains abundant shark fossils. They occur in hundreds and thousands. So as far as the dinosaur research, history of dinosaur research is concerned, the earliest dinosaur fossils were discovered by W.H. Sleeman, a army captain, British army captain, who was stationed in Jabalpur, and most of these fossils come from these hills like Bada Shimla Hill, Choda Shimla Hill, and Chui Hill. These are located within the cantonment area of Jabalpur, and he found initially these vertebrae, the backbones, and also a femur bone. And this was in 1828. And it was only 4 years before, in 1824, the first dinosaur fossil was described from England by William Buckland, and this was named as Megalosaurus. So the dinosaur records from India are as old as the earliest records from England. And the fossils that were collected by Sleeman were later identified as reptilian fossils by Falconer, and then the fossils were named as Titanosaurus indicus, belonging to the sauropod dinosaur, Titanosaurus, and by Lidegger. And subsequently, in 1921, from 1921 onwards up to 1933, C.A. Matley, a geologist in the a British geologist, paleontologist, he collected large number of skeletal remains, both skull as well as postcranial remains from these hills, Chota Shimla Hill and Barashimla Hill in Jabalpur. And later, this collection was studied by Matley together with Pompian, a German paleontologist, and they published a monograph in 1993. And they have identified several carnivorous dinosaur species as well as sauropod dinosaur species from this area. So this is a location map of some of these sites: the Barashimla Hill, Chota Shimla Hill, and then the Chui Hill. And the stratigraphic sequence, when you look at the stratigraphic sequence of the Lamata formation here, you can see that the Lamata sequence starts with the green sandstone, which overlies the early Cretaceous Jabalpur clay, and we have the lower limestone, which has two levels where dinosaur fossils were formed, bones which are found at the base, this is known as Carnosaur bed, and above that we have the sauropod bed, and also a few nests were found here. And then in the Monolith belt, one of the nests was found in the Chui Hill. And the type section is actually located in the Lamata North along with Narmada River, on the right bank of the Narmada River. And a few nesting sites were found here in the Lamata North as well. So these are the nests which were actually identified by Professor Sani and Professor Tandon, who worked on these sites for understanding the taphonomy, the preservation conditions, and perennial farming. And then these are the some of the field photographs of the Chui Hill. So sometime a few decades before, the picture was taken long ago, and then in 2019, I took this picture, and you can see the entire section or the well-known section was completely covered by municipal dump, and probably in a decade or so, it will be completely covered by this waste. And then we have the sites, the Lamata Gut section, where we find some of the nests of the sauropod dinosaurs, and this is the geological map that was produced by C.A. Matley in early part of the 20th century. And then these are the sites, the Barashimla excavation site, where the fossils are found in situ. And these are some of the skeletal elements that he has collected from this site. And these were later published in a monograph by me, along with Pompian in 1933. And they were identified as belonging to sauropod dinosaurs. And they also collected many other bones, like the skull bones of some of the carnivorous dinosaurs, and these are the dentitions of the carnivorous dinosaurs. They have identified a large number of species, carnivorous species as well as herbivorous species, but recent revisions have shown that there are only 3 valid taxa: Indosuchus, Indosaurus, and Melisuchus. Lamatosaurus is considered as a chimera because it contains the bones of different taxa. So now it is considered as an invalid name. And then we have the Dinosaurus at Trachyonilis, which represents the sauropod dinosaurs from this side. And this is the actually site on the northern bank of the Labrador where you can see some of the nests. So this dark colored layer, this is actually these are the eggshells of the dinosaur, and this is the outline of the egg. And so we have several such eggs in this nest, and also this nest occurs in close proximity of a crocodilian nest. So these eggs and eggshells have been studied by making thin sections and studying them under the microscope. We can see the structure or the radial structure of the eggshells, and based on that, two egg species have been identified. One is Megalobolitas developmensis, which has fan-shaped shell unit, and the other one is Megalobolitas cylindricus, in which the shell units are cylindrical in shape. And so this is the site which has actually been studied by Professor Sahni and Professor Tandon and some of our colleagues from Punjab University. And the other site where dinosaur fossils have been documented is the one here, Rayoli, in Gujarat, in the Ord district in Gujarat. And here you can see the site Balasino and Rayoli. Here, Suresh Srivastava, a geologist from Jamalpur, found many disarticulated bones from the Labrador Formation, the limestone of the Labrador Formation, and then these bones remained in the geological stratigraphy of Western region for a very long period, and without any identification. And then subsequently they were studied by Paul Serino, Ashok Sahni, and Wilson, Jeff Wilson in 2003, and they have reassembled all the bones into a skeleton and reconstructed the skull, complete skull, which looks like this. And this is one of the ferocious carnivorous dinosaurs known from India, one of the largest carnivorous dinosaurs. And this is in fact similar to what we have T-Rex in Laurasia. In Laurasia, most of the carnivorous dinosaurs are distinct from what we have in the Gondwanan continents. The Gondwanan Cretaceous dinosaurs or carnivorous dinosaurs are known by the group known as Abylosaurids. And this is characterized by a spike on the skull, and this single spike has also been documented from Mazungasaurus from Madagascar. So there is a close link between the fauna from Madagascar and India in the late Cretaceous. Besides these findings, Shankar Chatterjee from Texas University, who also collected lots of bones from Jabalpur, and he collected some of the bones like the brain case of a Genosaurus, and also a complete skeleton almost complete skeleton of a carnivorous dinosaur known as Rhyolisaurus gujatensis, and also the sauropod bones belonging to probably Iosaurus, and then some bones like the distal proximal humerus and the femur of the ankylosaur from this site, from the Rhyoli. And these are the reconstructions of the sauropod dinosaurs, and these are the carnivorous Rhyolisaurus. So the collection that was made by Shankar Chatterjee includes a nearly complete skeleton, which includes these dental remains, the dentition, the pelvic bones, the hind limb bones, and the vertebrae. They're all reported. Only some parts are missing, and based on these bones, a reconstruction was made of this carnivorous dinosaur. And so we know at present we have two nearly well-preserved specimens of the carnivorous dinosaurs. One is Rhyolisaurus, and the other one is Rajasaurus from Gujarat. So this is actually the site geological map of the area around Rhyoli. And here we have the limestone quarry, which was actually excavated mainly for by a limestone from the company. And at that time, they found many large spherical ball-like structures which resembled like the cannonballs, and they had no idea what they are. And so they used them as the lining for the their lawns, and only it was only when Professor I heard that Professor Sani went to PRL for a conference, and then some of the geologists from Geological Survey, they came with these spherical structures, and then Professor Sani identified them as the dinosaur eggs. Then after a large collection of eggs have been made from these sites, a number of sites, and in addition to the spherical ball-like structures which belong to the sauropod dinosaurs, some eggs were also one nest was formed in which the eggs were elliptical in shape. These elliptical eggs actually belong to the theropod dinosaurs. So this site, the Ragioli site, is here you can find the dinosaur bones in the sandy carbonate, and also along with the nest, these are the dinosaur egg nests. At least two nests which are well preserved, and you can see the spherical structures of these eggs. And actually, there were eggs in these depressions, but later they were stolen from this area. So you have a number of nests which were identified in this area, and this area is also well known for an important finding, which is this. Is actually originally identified as a juvenile skeleton of a dinosaur by Mojave from GSI in 1981. But later, this was the specimen was prepared at Michigan University, and it revealed that skeleton actually belongs to a snake which was named as Sanaji indicus, and this snake was found coiling around the dinosaur eggs. And one of the dinosaur eggs, like this one, it contained the bones of the hatchling. The young dinosaur bones were also found here. So based on this evidence, the authors, Wilson and others, they suggested that this this snake was actually predating on the dinosaur eggs of the Trichosaur dinosaur eggs of this area. So we have a number of places where these nesting sites were found in the Kedah, Dohad and Kedah area, and now later Geological Survey established a dinosaur fossil park here, and this was later taken over by the Gujarat Tourism Development Corporation, and they built a museum here. And unfortunately, we don't find any fossils in the museum. Only the life-size models were made. Like this one is a model of a Tyrannosaurus, and these are the outcrops near the museum, the Dinosaur National Park. And this outcrop is place is known as the Temple Hill site, where most of these fossils are found. And coming to the recent work by us from our lab from Delhi University, we have two sites. One is Jabalpur and the other one is Balasinor. And in between, we have a site near Bagh and Kukshi, where in Bagh district in Madhya Pradesh. So we started working here since 2012, and one of my students did PhD from this area of the dinosaur nesting sites. So we have identified a number of sites here, near Kukshi, this place, and also near Bagh and Jobar. These are the places where most of these nesting sites were found, and this is Balasinor, which is from this place. And these are some of the places, villages, Akara, Jama, and Padlia, Jamnapura, and Porkui. These are the villages where most of these nesting sites were found, and the Department of Forest, Government of Madhya Pradesh, they have actually notified this area, particularly this area and this area, as a dinosaur national fossil park. And many of these nests were actually translocated to this site. So these are some of the detailed maps showing the distribution of the eggs near Padlia, one of the richest site, where we find about 183 eggs in 52 nests, and then we have another site where we find several eggs, about 35 eggs in 18 clutches, and then we have the Dolia, where we find about 10 complete eggs and almost 31 eggs when we take into account all the indicators for the presence of eggs. So when you compare the stratigraphic sequence of the type section of the lambda formation in the lambda with those of the Balasinova and here the Barakushi area, we find here all the units like the green sandstone, lower limestone, nodular bed, and upper calcareous sandstone. But here we don't find those units except the lower limestone bed in which most of the nesting sites occur. And here also in Bar area also the lower limestone, the equivalent of lower limestone overlies the nodular limestone, and that was the source of most of the nesting sites. So you can see here a field photograph where this is the nodular limestone, above that we have the lower limestone, the sandy carbonate. And these are some of the exposures, field exposures of the lamina formation in Gujarat, and Dolia in the place where we work, and Paglia. And here we also find a gray colored sandy carbonate, which actually transitions into a ferruginous sandstone, calcareous sandstone. So these are some of the drone photographs of the area. So you can see this is the village Paglia, and this is the location where one of the largest nesting site occurs. About 20 eggs were found here in this nest, and these are the other places where you can see some of the nests. And on the other side of the road, we have the opposite to the village Paglia. This has been notified as the Dinosaur National Fossil Park, and here the forest department, they actually brought many of the wood fossils from different areas of the Manawar town, and these wood fossils are being mounted on some of these pedestals for future exhibitions. And as far as the diversity of the food species or the egg species is concerned, actually we make thin sections of the eggshells and study them under the microscope to see the microstructure. And based on the microstructure, at least 5 wood species of the Megaloulithus, a wood genus, has been identified, and about 4 species of Fusioulithus have been identified. So it's the diversity, at least we have 9 wood species which have been identified based on the eggshells and also eggs. And most of the occurrences of these eggs are in this form. These are in the eggs, complete eggs. This is the line that you see is actually the eggshell, and they are present in a plan view, or in some cases we have also formed the complete 3D views of the eggs. And here you can see the egg bottoms, and then in some cases the eggs are identified on the basis of the outline. So this is a hashed egg, so most of the fragments are lying around. And likewise here also you can see a shell fragment piled here, and you can see there are at least 1 egg here, another egg here, and then the 3rd egg here. And this is a hashed egg, and you can see this is the close-up of this specimen, and you can see lots of eggshell fragments lying around. And this is actually hatched egg, and likewise this one is also. And a complete egg looks like this in plan view, and is a three-dimensional view of the egg. And there are at least 3 types of nesting nests were formed. One is a circular kind of nest in which we have the eggs are spaced. There's a space between the different eggs filled with sediment, and then we have closely spaced eggs. This is one of the largest nesting site as having about 20 eggs, and it's a combination type of both circular and linear eggs. And here you can see the eggs are placed in a linear manner, and they are stretched. You can see these are actually elliptical in shape. This is mainly because of the compaction of the segments, which resulted in the deformation of the egg. So we have also made a few such eggs which have been deformed and which were laid in a linear fashion. And this is one such deformed egg. And also, this is another egg in which you can see two holes are sliding past each other. So this is found in a few eggs. This kind of deformation is found in a few eggs. And one interesting egg that we found here is egg filled with minerals, so like an amygdala. And we did EES of these crystals, and we found that these crystals are basically calcitic crystals, and the beams that cut across or that pass through the joints between the crystals, the large crystals, they're actually composed of quartz. And in fact, the outer layer, the eggshell layer, is completely silicified. So the diagenetic alteration of the egg has taken place. We are actually planning to have a CT scan of this egg to see if there are any bones of the hatchling beneath the minerals. Then my student has also carried out organic geochemistry of the eggshells in Bombay IIT using BCMS instrument, and she found biomarker of protein, which is known as diketodiparyl. This biomarker is preserved in some of the dark colored eggshells, and this preservation of protein products, the decay products of the proteins in eggshells is very rare, and so far I think only a few reports are known. So this is an important finding from this area, whereas these are the light colored eggshells and they don't contain any kind of these biomarkers. So this is one of the interesting finding from this site. And another thing that we found in this site is the pathology of the eggs. So we can see here there are two kinds of pathologies. One is multi-shell egg and the other one is ovum in ovo. In multi-shell eggs, you can see here there are two layers, one above the other. So this happens, this is one of the multi-shell egg of a dinosaur, and this is that of a turtle. And they're also known in crocodiles and birds. This happens when the egg is not released from the uterus and it is retained in the uterus, and then during the second cycle of shell formation, a second layer of shell is formed within the uterus. So this is a pathology known in many of the reptilian groups as well as in birds. Another pathology, which is known as ovum in ovo, in which an egg occurs within the egg. So you have one yolk here and the other yolk here, and we found in one of the blocks in the Dinosaur National Fossil Park, these are actually the depressions from which the eggs have been removed by the nearby villagers, and you can also see some egg here, which is the one which is presented here, and in this egg you can see we have one layer, outer layer of the eggshell and another inner layer of the eggshell. So this is a condition normally found in birds. So birds like chicken, for example, chicken even today we can find this kind of formation pathology, like egg inside the egg. So and we try to study the thin sections of the outer layer, inner layer, as well as the eggshell from this depression. And all the eggshells, they have a similar microstructure, indicating that they belong to a single clutch and probably laid by a single animal. And as far as the ovum in ovo is concerned, this is a feature which has been observed in mostly in birds. In birds, now what happens? This is a reproductive tract of a bird, in which they have the area where infundibulum is the area where the ovary or the yolk is covered by the vitelline membrane. So this is the vitelline membrane, the outer layer of the yolk, and then it passes through this area, which is known as magnum, where albumen, the egg white, is formed, and then from there it moves to isthmus, where the eggshell membrane. Eggshell membrane is nothing but when you boil an egg and remove the eggshell, you'll find a thin layer, white layer of membrane, which is known as the shell membrane, organic shell membrane, and then after that it passes the uterus, where the calcitic shell layer is formed. So this is the normal process, and then the egg is released from here. So in a sequential manner. So the birds release the eggs one by one, whereas the same kind of segmented reproductive tract is also present in crocodiles. But in crocodiles, the eggs are the entire clutch gets the layers, different layers, sequentially and different places, and then the entire clutch is released as it is. Whereas in other reptiles like the turtles, lizards, and also rhinchocephalians, all the eggs, they are brought to a single place, that the uterus, where all these layers are deposited sequentially. So this is the main difference between a turtle egg formation and the crocodilian egg and the bird egg formation. So in birds, what happens when the animal is under stress? Suppose they are not able to find a proper place to lay the eggs, or there is a competition of food, water, etc. Or there may be a change in the climatic conditions, extreme climatic conditions, or maybe because of some volcanic event, or maybe due to a flooding event. So then the animal is under great stress, and the egg, which is supposed to be released from here, it goes back again to the infundibulum, and again another layer another yolk is produced here, and then the repetition of the same developments will take place, and as a result, an egg in egg forms here. So we found this in the dinosaur, sauropod dinosaur eggs for the first time, and from the dinosaur eggs. So based on that, we came to the conclusion possibly the sauropod, dinosaurs possibly had a reproductive function very similar to that of the birds, and so they have the segmented oviduct like the birds and crocodiles, and also probably they lay the eggs sequentially as in the case of the birds. So based on the sedimentological study as well as the taxonomic studies, we came to the conclusion, because we find many features like the mottling, nodules, vexillation, autovexillation of the class, and this shrinkage cracks, and the jigsaw fit of some of these glass, fragments of the glass, and also vegetation signatures like the alluvial features and vermiform structures which were formed in thin sections. And based on that, we have suggested that these eggs were preserved in a fluvial setting which has several lacustrine or pond-like structures, and along which most of the dinosaurs laid the eggs, and many of these eggs which were laid close to the banks were often got buried because of the flooding events, and those which were laid away from the banks, they have undergone hatching. So most of these which were deposited away from the banks, they were hatched, whereas those which are not, which are close to the bank, they were unhatched. In most cases, they were unhatched. So this is what we interpreted, and probably these eggs were laid in a palustrine flat environment, a marshy environment in a fluvial setting. So this is what we have interpreted. And then we have also worked in some of the areas like here Manawa, as well as in Chilwara, where there are many sediments which are interconnected between the volcanic floor. So here we have the volcanic floor and another volcanic floor beneath, and in between we have the sedimentary beds. So these are known as interconnected beds, in which we found many eggshell fragments, and also like the sauropod eggshell fragment. Here we have some carnivorous dinosaur eggshell fragments, and in some cases teeth were also found. But we have not found any eggs or nesting sites in these intercambian beds, or even bones were not found. So, in summary, if you take the fossil record from India, the most of the fossil Cretaceous dinosaur fossils, they come from the Narmada Valley, and so far 5 carnivorous dinosaur taxa and 3 herbivorous dinosaur taxa have been identified from the Lambda Formation. And it is anomalous that normally in any ecosystem, the herbivorous taxa will be more dominant as compared to the predator, the carnivorous dinosaurs. But here, probably we are not actually collected all the fossils from the field, so that could be one of the reasons. And then prior to our work in the Bhopal area, much of the work was focused on parataxonomy, that is naming the egg species, except the work by Sahani and Professor Karnan and others from Jabalpur, where they have studied some the depositional environment and taxonomy. So we have integrated taxonomy with organic geochemistry, sedimentology, taxonomy, stabilizer of geochemistry to understand the nesting pattern, preservation processes, and the reproductive function of the animals, and the depositional environment in which the nests were laid. So when you take all these nesting sites into account, we have an extensive nesting site extending from Jabalpur in the east to Balasinor in the west, which covered an area of 1,000 kilometers in east-west direction. And this is one of the largest sauropod nesting sites in the world. So we have similar nesting sites in Argentina, and then some nesting sites are also known, similar nesting sites are also known from Spain and France. And we have interpreted that the nests were mostly laid in a freshwater palustral black environment, and the Titanosaurus, whose species diversity is not compatible with the number of species known by the body fossils or the bones. So the one possibility is that we have not discovered all the species based on the bones. Many of them, the bones are hidden, which are yet to be discovered, or it's possible that the preservation conditions are not suitable for the preservation of the bones, but it doesn't appear to be correct, because the eggs and eggshells are relatively fragile as compared to the bones. So therefore, the preservation of eggshells, since many of the eggshells and eggs are preserved, it's not because of the preservation condition. Possibly, we are actually looking at intra-specific variation in the diversity of the host species. Possibly, the microstructure we are using for identifying the host species is related to intra-specific variation rather than the actual species diversity. Then, no dinosaur nests or complete eggs are known from the Deccan interconnected beds, whereas they are extensively known from the bones, egg cells, eggs, and nests are extensively known from the Lambda Formation, but no such nests were found or eggs were found in the younger Deccan interconnected beds. So what we feel is that by the time the Deccan eruptions took place, the dinosaurs were already on decline. And this is Harsha Lehman, a student who did PhD from this area, and we were other student who did masters and now did PhD, and he's a local assistant. And Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any question, I can actually.
Thank you, sir, for the talk. And I would like Professor J.M. Mukherjee for addressing our guest speaker.
Well, thank you, Professor Prasad, for such an informative talk. I would now open the floor for questions and discussions.
He's willing to talk, then I can talk.
No, there is someone.
No, you start. It's fine.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, good morning, sir. Good morning. Sir, so I wanted to ask that in which direction this discovery took the discussion on the span of the KT extinction? Means it was supposed to, it was believed that KT extinction was sudden. So,
as far as I am concerned, what we have seen from the study of the infographic of the Lamata fossils as well as the intercambian fossils, that the intercambian fossils on the sedimentary beds were deposited after the initial volcanic activity, and we have the major volcanic activity took place at the end of the Cretaceous around 66 million years. So the by when you compare the fauna from the Lamata and the intercambian beds, we find that there is a decline in the dinosaurs from Lamata to the intercambian beds, but we don't see much decline in the fauna from other fauna, particularly when you talk about the lower vertebrates like the aquatic vertebrates. They have not undergone similar changes in the diversity. So probably the dinosaurs were already undergoing some sort of diversity changes during the volcanic eruptions, and possibly the impact at the end of the Cretaceous and the final phase of volcanism, they actually caused the demise of the dinosaurs.
and also, sir, do we find any iridium anomaly in India also, as there were light collisions?
Yes, there was a report in 1993 by some of the scientists from PRL where they have reported the occurrence of iridium at 3 different levels within the Deccan volcanic province, within the intertractane belts. So at 3 levels they found the iridium anomaly, and they suggested that there are multiple cometary impacts based on that. But when a field workshop was organized, in which I was also there and Professor Kandam was also there, so when we studied the section in detail, we found that the above the iridium level, we find dinosaur fossils. So we have the remains of some mastiction, Cretaceous osteropods, as well as dinosaur remains like the teeth and eggshells. They were found just above the iridium level. And possibly this iridium level is not unlike the iridium level that we see in different sections across the world, where we find a thin layer of 1 centimeter, 1 to 2 centimeter thin layer of a brown clay at the boundary between the Cretaceous and the Paleogene. It's horizontal and it's parallel to the bedding place. But here we find the iridium layer is not uniform in thickness, and it thins out at some places. At some places it becomes very thick and it cuts across the beds. So later studies have shown that this iridium it has been derived from the lava flows. And in addition to that, one other site in Meghalaya, where it's a marine sequence, it's not related to the Deccan volcanic province, but it's a marine sequence where iridium anomaly was found, and this was considered as a KPG boundary section. This is one of the well-identified KPG boundary section in India.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have time for one very quick question.
one thing, Divya, tell me, I mean, we have discussed this before, but for the benefit of students, the large number of eggs and the richness of those species and all the rest, but hatchlings and embryos, juveniles, right? That, is there some kind of a mismatch or?
I think it's not very common to find juveniles or hatchlings within the eggs. Across the world, I think there are only a few sites where they were found, like in South America and Argentina. They found some juvenile skeletons within the egg. But the problem here is most of the eggs that were collected, they are from Balasina particularly. They lie with the Geological Survey of India, and nobody has attempted to scan them under the CT scan to see whether there is any skeleton inside. So likewise, we have also some of the bones, some of the eggs that I have shown here. One of the problems that we are facing is that don't have that kind of CT scan. We tried it at Kanpur IIT, and we could not get any results there. So they are not able to scan it. So these are relatively large specimens, about 17 to 20 centimeters in diameter, and they cannot be fed into the CT scan systems that we have. So, and we need actually a neutron CT scan, which is present in Bombay, BARC in Bombay, and we are trying to contact someone to get it done there. So hopefully, but for example, the one which you have seen, the amygdala, which I suspect that it could contain some sort of hatchling bones.
Also, in continuation of what one of the students was talking to you about, generally the motonodular beds is considered perhaps the highest level from Jabalpur, from where an egg clutch, 3 eggs were seen. Now, I saw it myself in Lamata Ghat section, and as you pointed out in the Chui Hill also. Now, these beds, I reckon, are about 300,000 years before the KPG, and almost a couple of lakh years before the KPG, before the impact. So the role of the Deccan, you think, has been underemphasized in the because you don't get any dinosaur nests in the Intertrapian after that.
Yes.
Proper higher Intertrapians. In some ways, even the Lemata is an Intertrapian, in terms of time. So I think, this point that the Deccan, that the impact is of greater relevance in dinosaur extinction. I think from the province itself, there is evidence that that the Deccans themselves have played a role.
Yeah, that's possible because what we see is that, as you have seen, that most of the Lamata collections, most of the Lamata dinosaur collections are mostly represented by bones, complete bones and skeletons, as well as the eggs and nests, whereas we don't find those things in the Intertrapian beds. So that is basically it's after the Deccan volcanism started that we are not finding the dinosaurs in great abundance. Probably the Deccan volcanism played some role in the decline of the dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous. So I believe in the hypothesis that a combination of events have actually played, both volcanism as well as the impact, the asteroid impact, as well as the regressions, terrain regressions, they played a major role in the decline of the
But it is clear that the decline began well before the KPG.
Yes, it is. In fact, in some of the North American sections where we have a complete sequence of the from Cretaceous to Paleogene, there also we find a substantial decrease in the number of the bones that were found. At least up to 3 meters below the KPG boundary, we find some bones, occasional bones, but not between the 3 meters, we don't find any bones.
Okay, thank you, Professor Prasad, once again, and thank you for taking us back in time to the world of the dinosaurs. So, really thanks for that. And we're moving a little ahead. We are short of time, so we then proceed to the next session. So, thank you once again, and
Thank you for inviting me for this talk and for giving me an opportunity to interact with your students.
Thank you so much.
So moving on to our next event, we have the lightning presentation session 3. So rules will be the same as before. We will be providing 3 minutes to each participant, and they need to present their posters. The timer is set in front of them, and after 3 minutes, the marks will be directed by the judges. So first we will be calling Naveed for the poster.
And the topic of our presentation is exploration of hydrogeothermal processes controlling fluoride mineralization in hard-rock areas of central India and spaces of fluoride safe drinking water supply. So, fluoride is an essential nutrient that is required in very small quantity for the growth of human beings. So, it has very narrow and safe limit. So, consumption of fluoride below 0.5 mg per liter can cause deficiency, which can lead to many general health issues. Whereas consumption of fluoride more than 1.5 mg per liter can also cause toxicity, which can lead to many health issues like skeletal fluorosis. So, Madhya Pradesh is one of the highly fluoride affected states, as it stands at 7th place in the top 10 fluoride affected states in India. That's why I have chosen Madhya Pradesh as my study area, Malda district of Madhya Pradesh. So, the objective of my study is to investigate how and from where fluoride is coming to groundwater. How does the chemical process exactly controlling fluoride geochemistry? So to do so, I have collected molecular groundwater samples from the study area. So these are the locations from where I have collected these samples, and I analyzed them for measure 9, measure cation, and yeah. So coming to the results, I am only showing measures of fluoride. So from this box plot, you can see that a handful of samples are fluoride contaminated, whereas double samples are fluoride free. So now coming to the evaluation of the chemical parameters from this figure can be seen. So these red dots are showing the samples which have high fluoride, whereas blue and black are showing the samples which have low fluoride. So these high fluoride samples are actually falling towards the red distribution zone, whereas low fluoride samples are falling in the silicate weathering zone. To further confirm that, I have plotted the calcium plus magnesium versus bicarbonate. So in this plot, low fluoride samples are actually falling on y is equal to 2x line. That it further confirms that, like for low fluoride samples, carbon distribution is the process. Definitely controlling its chemistry, and for high fluoride samples, so it is falling away from this line. So for that, there can be difference. So in this another plot, I have plotted this data plot. So in this plot, it can be seen that low fluoride samples are actually falling in this water zone, definitely bicarbonate rich, and whereas high fluoride samples are actually falling mostly in ion exchange zone. So using this reaction, it can be seen that fluoride distribution and calcite precipitation coupled. So calcite precipitation enhances the fluoride distribution. So in my study samples, I have seen that this zone is actually calcite oversaturated, whereas fluoride undersaturated. So calcite oversaturation means calcite is precipitating, whereas fluoride undersaturation means fluoride is dissolving. So it actually controlling the fluoride mineralization in the study area. So coming to the conclusion, so carbon distribution actually controls the granular chemistry for double and low fluoride samples, whereas silicate weathering and exchange and calcite precipitation in fluoride distribution actually controls fluoride mineralization. So shallow aquifer, which is regular samples, actually completely fluoride free, that can be targeted for fluoride safe drinking water. Thank you.
Next,
for further discussion, so we can make that poster.
Okay, so good afternoon everyone, I am Akib and today I will be talking about the curious case of Himalayan glacier resisting global warming, the Karakoram anomaly. So basically the motivation, if you have read Dr. Thaman Melot's talk, he focused on how the Himalayan grassland feeds the major river basins around the Himalayas and basically it feeds all the perennial rivers and more than 1 billion people relying on them for their daily needs. You know that how rising temperatures are threatening the Himalayan glaciers. The glaciers are receding very fast and but somehow some regions of Karakoram area have been resisting the rising temperatures and basically have stabilized themselves as compared to other regions which are basically facing the melt. The major reason behind this resisting is the impact of western disturbances, which how IMD defines that it's a cyclonic circulation which gets developed over the Mediterranean Sea and travels after getting embedded in the subtropical westerly jet stream, travels eastward and hits the Himalayan region and provides the precipitation. So in my work, what I have done, I have actually used a tracking algorithm to basically track all the western disturbances which has occurred over this region in the last 40 years. And basically what I found is that the intensity of the WD which has impacted the Karakoram region has increased in the recent decades. It saw a rise of about 10% in the mean precipitation intensity, and the region basically saw the difference in the mean precipitation intensity in the recent decades was found to be positive in almost all the region, and it was completely dominated by the significant positive differences. The major dynamical reason was the increase in the bioclinic instability over the Mediterranean Sea, which is a major genesis region of the WDs, and also a poleward shift of the subtropical westerly jet stream so that it can lock themselves over the Karakoram region and more number of tracks were passing through that region. But what is the Karakoram anomaly connection? This is the mass balance plot of the Karakoram region, and this is the annual picture, and this is the November to March season, the winter season, and this is the other months, and you can see that how the impact of western disturbances basically over the in winter, which is the basic accumulation period, you can see this impacts the annual mass balance, and that's why the sustenance of the Karakoram anomaly is basically dependent on the amount of snowfall provided by western disturbances. And I also found that the ensemble mean of WD's contribution over the glaciated fraction of the Karakoram was found to be increasing in the second period, and it's a very significant jump of about 27% happened in the recent decades. So thank you, and please visit post number, basically it's 20, so I will be sharing more details there. Thank you.
Next, we have topic.
Afternoon, I'll be talking about the topic estimation of water balance influence with changes in value stack cover using fully distributed hydrological model, a study of data scale ratio for mountain region. The study is in Himalayan region. We know the structure of Himalaya is very complex and there are so many hazards happening in that region. So first part of our study is to conduct vulnerability assessment of Indian Himalayan region for different hazards. We consider 87 districts in this region and we identify the hazards happening in each district. And after that, we conducted the avalanche and flood vulnerability of this district based on exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity indicators. The exposure indicators mainly consist of weather data, and sensitivity and adaptive capacity indicators include population and other socio-economic data. From the study, we find that the Western Himalayan region is highly vulnerable to flood and avalanche. So we choose one study, river basin, Alabama river basin, for hydrological modeling in Western Himalayan region. In this region, the number of stringing stations are very less. So we are using reanalysis surface runoff data for the calibration of hydrological model instead of distance data. So in this study, we are using waterflood, fully distributed hydrological model. This is waterflood. Waterflood is basically working on the basis of grouped response units, which are the logical grouping of grids based on land cover data. This This is the land use land cover map of the study region, and we divided the study region into 6 sub-basins, and these are the grids we choose to study the effect of land use land cover on water balance components in each sub-basins. Going into the results from the study, we could see that the water simulated and total runoff are matching for peak and low flows in almost every sub-basins. And this is the figure showing response of different water balance components to 9 different landform classes. From this, we can see that grassland and barren land is having high discharge and runoff. So from this study, we can conclude that the surface runoff data we can use for calibrating hydrological model in the absence of discharge data. For further discussion, you can visit my poster. Thank you.
So with this, we conclude our lightning session 3. Next event we have Pictionary, which for which the rules will be discussed by Dheeraj in some moment. Till then, I want to introduce our new initiative from EES department. So we will be presenting our placement group in the collaboration with the EES Club and the ICDPC. Its name is EPIC and it's EES Placement Institute Cell, aiming to find the opportunities in both the academic and industrial sectors. We will be sharing the form with all of you after the event, and you can also sign up for volunteering in that particular group. And we also like all of you to please be active in the IISER community group. You can discuss your doubts or anything which you have, which you are facing in the departmental problem or anything, so that your DRs can know and kindly help you with that. So we will wait till Dheeraj come, and then we will start the Pictionary.
That is the fun in it. My figures are very bad.
एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर के चक्कर में जो मेरा है वो तो नहीं जाना चाहिए। एक्स्ट्रा स्कोर्स नहीं बच्चों को
फंडामेंटल थिंग इज बेसलाइन टू स्कोर
उसके बाद तुम्हारा नॉलेज जज कॉमन यूसेस पता चल जाएगा स्कोर्स और मैचिंग के नॉलेज और काम करना बट आई कीप टेलिंग
I think that's English.
People at the back, please come in the front. We will be starting the Pictionary in.
आ जाओ सामने आ जाओ ना डायनासोर चले गए यहाँ
Come guys, sit this side.
Everybody come in the center and towards the front, center of the row.
सारे लोग मिडिल रूम में इसमें आ जाओ वहाँ बैठे
All life on Earth, from ecosystems to human civilization, is vulnerable to a changing climate. Scientific evidence now shows that the current human-caused global warming of 1.1 degrees Celsius is increasingly impacting nature and people's lives everywhere, despite efforts to adapt to the changing climate. More frequent and severe climate extreme events,
जब तक हम white board का wait कर रहे हैं, please watch this.
droughts and flooding have caused widespread and pervasive impacts to ecosystems, people, cities and infrastructure, and limit the chances of a livable future for all. As we acknowledge that human-induced
पूरा climate change हो रहा है, मैं सोच रही हूँ climate change बस मुझे सर बताइए क्या कर सकते हैं
GPS
कर सकते हैं
कंप्यूटर स्क्रीन पे नहीं या किसी के वो टैबलेट पे नहीं
कर सकते हैं पेन पे नहीं पॉसिबल पेन में टच पैड में करेंगे कैसे ये डिफिकल्ट अगर वो होता ना लिखने वाला हाँ ज्योति के ऑफिस में होगा वो खरीदा था मुझे याद है राइटिंग पैड
हाँ ज्योति ने खरीदा था
राइटिंग पैड खरीदा
हम किसके पास भी तो होगा पैकॉम या कुछ है जो बच्चों को काम
अरे ये डिपार्टमेंट में खरीद के रखो ना तो खरीदा हुआ लेके आ रहा ना कितने दिन बाद
एक घंटे का प्रोग्राम है 4-5 मिनट में खत्म हो जाएगा 55 पे शुरू करेंगे
Is climate change cause these destructive impacts or makes them more likely?
This report is important because I think it really underscores the fact that scientific evidence is now unequivocal. It's clear that climate change is impacting the well-being of human societies, but also on the well-being of our planet. This report really brings us a new message that those two things are not separate. There's a very intimate relationship between our well-being, the well-being of our planet, and the forces that are driving climate change and the responses that we may have to that challenge.
Since the last assessment report, the scientific evidence has increased and emphasized based on observations of impacts, how ecosystems and human society are changing under the influence of climate change. We see the losses and damages, and on both sides we have specific examples. that indicates the underpinning mechanism. And we are learning from that also for our projections as global warming is proceeding, what to expect for the future and what the future losses and damages will be if climate change cannot be stopped.
The extent and magnitude of climate change impacts are larger for each additional fraction of warming than estimated in previous assessments. Some of the risks projected for the future. The impacts involve severe and widespread disruptions to nature and to society, reducing our ability to grow nutritious food or provide clean drinking water.
The poorest communities are the ones that are strongest hit by climate change, as they are least able to cope with the growing impacts. Our assessment indicates that there are between 3.3 and 3.6 billion people who live in such hotspots. These are spread across parts of Africa, South Asia, South and Central America, small islands, and the Arctic. Climate change acts like a stress multiplier in these regions, where people have limited access to clean drinking water, to sanitation, to health facilities or education. The livelihoods of people are also strongly dependent on climate-sensitive activities.
Across the globe, from high mountain ecosystems to the deep ocean, from tropical coral reefs all the way to Arctic ice-driven ecosystems. We see the fingerprint of climate change across all of these systems. One of the other things that the report really shows is that extreme events are increasing and their effects are rapidly changing ecosystems across the globe. So marine heat waves on land, storm events, these are driving changes to the ecosystems and species that we rely on. This is pushing species towards polar regions, it's pushing species to higher, cooler altitudes or down into the deeper, cool waters. And because of that, it has cascading impacts across ecosystems, but also people's livelihoods and societies that depend on the services that these ecosystems provide. And as we approach the limits of what species and ecosystems can tolerate, we risk crossing what we call tipping points, these critical places in the system, returning to previous conditions where recovery is less possible.
Climate change impacts are magnified in cities, where more than half the world's population lives today. Heat waves amplify urban heat islands and air pollution in cities that affect people's health. Critical infrastructure within settlements, such as transportation, water, sanitation, and energy systems, have been compromised by extreme weather events. Cities and settlements by the sea are specifically impacted by climate hazards. They are at the front line of climate change, being directly exposed to interacting climate and non-climate coastal hazards, such as sea level rise and
हाँ क्या बोले सर
देखो इज इंडिया नेक्स्ट क्या लिखा हुआ आप
वो डाल दिया
Who is going to draw? Participant. इसमें पहले disqualified हो गया. The participant will go and then will draw, and then other people will guess.
There will be a team, and if you are there for participants, one will draw.
See, don't do the team because we don't have enough.
No, it's already, there was a form and.
That's what we were saying.
Yes.
We said information period.
Yes. 8 team already.
2 minutes each. So in first round we will give 2 minutes each. Second round we will give 1. Will not take 20 minutes.
एक बीस से
खाना कब खिला रहे हो
एक बीस से 120 हाँ 20 मिनट
Yes, sir, I was trained.
I उसमें है क्या iPad?
No, ma'am. Phone.
Not a bad idea. इसको ऐसे horizontal कर दो काम करें.
I was trying, but
ठीक है तो फिर रहने दो. But now we have this stand.
yes, ma'am. Go to West Coast.
What about board? Now we have stands with this board.
बोर्ड नहीं है क्या बता नहीं रहा
सर कुछ पूछ रहे हैं तुमने बता नहीं रहे.
Ma'am, board आ रहा है.
सर
Ma'am, ये आ गया.
आ गया
हाँ that's perfect. वाह.
ये भी आ गया.
Analog and digital.
If you want more colors, you can use.
Just lights on.
Anyone is chalk.
Just tell them to put this in the middle.
Hello, hello.
इसकी ब्लॉग स्ट्रीमिंग हो रही है क्या?
So everybody, please sit in the middle row.
अनिरुद्ध इसकी भी लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कर रहे हैं?
No, ma'am.
नहीं ना?
Just in case it's going on.
हाँ ये भी ठीक है. So actually that is better.
Where is the dogs?
Yeah, guys, please everybody just try to sit in the middle. You know what happens like when this camera is doing this and empty space doesn't look good. So try
want
to
this right?
make it as much as possible.
वीडियो अभी करना है क्या? अभी
Just follow the relationship.
रिकॉर्डिंग अभी चाहिए. रिकॉर्डिंग अभी चाहिए. यार अभी एडिट करने में टाइम लगेगा और अभी दूसरी रिकॉर्ड करना है. राइट? हाँ मैं वही शाम जस्ट कल भेजा था. मैं स्केड्यूल देखो. You lost your network. अरे ये क्या?
3:30 बजे लाइटिंग प्रेजेंटेशन खत्म है. 3:45 तक 3:35 तक
लाइटनिंग कितना 3:35 है.
3:35 तक हाँ.
और उसके बाद अपना क्या है?
उसके बाद SOS का टॉक है.
SOS का टॉक है. इसको अपन को कुछ नहीं चाहिए, राइट?
SOS का नहीं चाहिए.
स्ट्रीम हो गया तो ठीक है. तो ऐसा करो, सुनो, जब टॉक खत्म होगी ना जब टॉक खत्म होगी SOS वाली जब चली होगी मैं बाहर जाके एडिट करूँ, ठीक है? एक बार देख लेते कैसा है, ठीक है? ठीक है, ओके, ठीक है, ये मैं एडिट कर दूंगा उस टाइम पे। यही वाली मीट लिंक रह रही है। इसको जूम आउट करा दो। इसमें स्ट्रीम तो हो रहा है, स्टार्ट कर दिया।
अभी साउंड वाउंड ठीक है ना गाइस?
यस सर।
साउंड उस टाइप का नहीं है ना?
सर वो उस टाइम भी सेम ही
तो क्या हो रहा था?
सर को रीलॉगिन करवाया था और ये फिर रीअटैच करा, वही सेम का।
अच्छा, हमारा कोई गलती नहीं था।
कुछ नहीं था, क्योंकि तीनों डिवाइसेस में हम वी वर एबल टू
वही it worked for the last session very nicely. I was very surprised कि इस पे क्यों हो रहा है। और कौन सा इवेंट और कोई एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर इवेंट बाकी नहीं है ना?
एक आपका लाइटनिंग सेशन,
हाँ, बट एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर कुछ बाकी नहीं है, सब हो गया ना?
अब हमें और क्या चाहिए? स्ट्रीम में दिखा रहा है वो? Check the mic.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
It's a gentle request. Please sit in the middle rows first. The middle one.
Ayush, Ashish, चलो आ जाओ। Come this way.
Just mid में.
Ma'am, are we audible?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we start at 2:30, right?
Yes, ma'am. We'll begin in 5 minutes.
So shall I check the slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, ma'am. They are visible.
Okay. So it's full screen coming, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then I can unshare for a minute.
Welcome back, everyone. So there's a slight change. Professor Manika couldn't attend because of ill health, so she sends her regrets and best wishes. And I would also like to thank Dr. Nimisha for attending on such a short notice. So, see, Dr. Nimisha Vedanti is a senior principal scientist at CSIR NGRI who specializes in exploration geophysics. She is a recipient of the Krishnan Gold Medal, K.R. Gupta Award of the Geological Society of India, National Geoscience Award, CSIR Young Scientist Award, and Indian Science Congress Association Young Scientist Award. Her primary research interests are hydrocarbon exploration and reservoir geophysics that include seismic data analysis, reservoir monitoring, and geophysical inversion. So without further ado, I hand over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anil. I'm sharing. Shall I share my slide?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Anil, my slides are visible?
Yes, ma'am, they are visible.
Okay. So, thank you, IISER faculty, for giving me this opportunity. In fact, we look forward to talk to brightest and young mind of such prestigious institutes. And in fact, it's an honor actually to fill in for Manika because she's my senior collaborator and really have high respect for her. So, I do not know what exactly Manika was going to speak, but what I preferred to speak was geological carbon sequestration, because nowadays everyone is talking about this type of these issues like climate change, global warming, then how do we mitigate this, and then there is a lot of colors of hydrogen energy. We are discussing this pink, gray, blue, green, all those things. So everywhere, we are discussing about the sustainable growth, sustainable use of energy resources, and at the same time, we are especially in the post-pandemic era, we we are trying to get involved in the research practices which are more eco-friendly. Unlike pre-pandemic area where we are, in fact, my group also, we were focusing too much on the unconventional and conventional hydrocarbon resources and, of course, the monitoring technique and all. But we have kind of now aligned our expertise to mitigate these major issues which are now coming as a national mission also. So, as I understand that this is Earth and Environment Science Department, so you people must be aware of what exactly, since at least the broad overview you must be having that what are these topics. So, the geological carbon sequestration is nothing but it's just a process where captured CO2 from different sources, say power plant or cement industry or any other emitting sources is captured and then put in the underground geological formation. So that's kind of a brief description of this topic. So these topics have been like known to the scientists for quite long time, but everyone started now working very hard on these topics for last 1 year or so after our PM committed that India will be net zero by 2070. So before that also people were conducting some research, but the pace was low. After he committed, so everyone is like putting more efforts to find faster solutions to these problems. And you see that there are many programs coming up to support this type of projects. And what was the need for to commit like this and then to speed up these research projects in this direction? Was earlier we thought that India's emissions were not very high. Especially we were mostly looking at the per capita data where which is still very low that our emissions is because we are a very highly populated country. So definitely our per capita emissions are low. So government was hesitating to commit for any this net zero goals and all. But in COP 20, in COP 26, our PM committed to make India net zero by 2070. Now, why this has happened? Because you see that CO2 emissions in India are now almost at par with European Union. So this is like this information I got from IEA, but yesterday I was looking to some other report which shows that probably it has touched 3 gigatons. So we are not less emitting country anymore, and we should not be looking only at the per capita data. So we should definitely gear up our research programs to handle this type of situations in future. So you can see that global emissions, this is also from the IEA data, that it might touch 40 gigaton anytime in this decade. So all the countries are gearing up to find solutions. So India is also running many projects now, initiating many projects to handle this issue from all different directions. Now the problem with India, which is little different from the other advanced countries where they can they can comfortably go for an energy transition scenario, which is because that India is largely, I cannot say really an energy deficient, but we are very much dependent on the coal-fired plants. Our energy demands are largely on this fossil fuel and the coal, which are the main source of emissions. So now there is kind of trade-off that when we are pushing the economic growth and we are trying to become a developed country, our emissions will certainly increase. But now how do we control the emissions? We do not really have a ready solution that we can immediately turn these things off and go to a greener solution. So that will take some time. It will be an energy transition period. And in that period will be very large for India. That's why PM has committed 2070. Other European countries have committed 2050 and some for 2030 also they have goals. But that's not possible for India. So we have a kind of some reasonable time window where we can slowly transition. But in that transition period, can we just allow carbon emission to happen from our country? So that should not be. So these geological sequestration means the CCS programs are coming up to provide a solution as a mitigation. So, as I already said, that the net zero annual goals are very, very ambitious. That we, as a global citizen, we are expected to reduce our annual emissions to for 14 gigaton of CO2, which is not at all possible. So many projects are coming where people are converting, capturing CO2 and converting it to different useful products. But no matter everything we put together, it cannot meet the gigaton reduction in emission. So that's why now people are taking geological carbon sequestration more seriously, because only the geological reservoirs have capacity to store that much amount of CO2. No other process has that much capacity. But unfortunately, there are only 27 active CO2 storage projects. Of course, this data might have changed because this was a few months back we collected this data, but not much. So I just wanted to show like a relative information here, that if we really want to achieve these goals, all these CO2 storage projects must be increased by 500 folds, which cannot happen overnight. We'll have to prepare our, means we should study all the geological formations very carefully, a systematic project, through systematic projects, and big projects should be announced by the government to really meet this goal. But this is global, not for India. The situation in India is, as I said, that for European Union and other advanced countries, they are basically focusing on the switching to the green energy. Now, India is also trying to do that, but it will take more time because there are many issues, like we are largely dependent on the imports and all. So that cannot happen very fast. It will take some time. Now, the problem of India, if we do not consider the CCS, whatever we are planning to achieve in long-term climate goals, the cost of that method will be very, very high. And this, as per IPCC report, it will be 140% more expensive. So again, we cannot probably afford that. So, if we really want to have a successful mitigation plan in India, we should speed up our plans to identify the storage sites. Then we must put effort in reducing the cost of the capture and transport, and of course the monitoring technology. And the cost doesn't mean just the economic cost. There is a cost, energy cost also is very important, because every process which we are dealing with, carbon capture, transportation and storage, needs some energy. And that energy is coming again from, right now in India it is coming from coal and fossil fuel energy. So it's not again a clean. So when we are trying to mitigate a problem, we should not be generating more carbon footprints while finding a solution. So the cost should be energy cost, and the economic cost also we should be improved for all these processes. Then of course the development of transport infrastructure. And the very important thing for India is the policy and regulatory framework. Of course, that is beyond the scope of the geoscientists. But many CCS projects could not take up because of lack of a policy and regulatory frameworks in India. But this situation will improve soon. Now, when we talk about the study of the geological formations, we have some idea of the geological formations which could be suitable for CO2 sequestration. We roughly know their storage capacity, largely means like the geographical area we know, and what is the extent of that reservoir and all. But it is not validated, so we do not have any solid information on that. Then the technology readiness level. The technology readiness level defines that how much, at what level we are ready to implement this really in the field. It is very, very low because we have not yet done even in the as an experimental site also. So now the research on this topic has to start, I would say, from the very low TRL level, so that it can be taken up in future and into the field. So this is another hesitation is coming from the government that we do not really have a proper technology for that. But the situation, as I said, is now changing. Now, as I said, that these things have been discussed in the late 90s, also in early 2000, 2001 and all. Those days, it was very difficult to convince people that there is something called geological carbon sequestration. And engineering was taking, like pushing some projects in CO2 sequestration in 2004 in those years. And it was very difficult to explain them that what does it mean. So we used to take this cartoon where you can see that this factory is emitting, they have 3 chimneys for carbon emissions, and we were just showing, okay, you put one chimney inside a geological formation and it will cut the greenhouse emission by a third. So this is how we were trying to explain the agencies that, see, this is how the geological sequestration might work, and they used to ask that, is it really possible? So basically, yes, it is possible, but we have to start the work now from the mapping of the formations, characterizing the reservoirs, and then designing a proper workflow for this. But yes, this is possible. So in like funny way, this is what is geological carbon sequestration. So these programs got really boost with an Equinor project. Those days it was a Statoil company, in which is located in the offshore of Norway. In that field, which is very popular and very commonly known as Sleipner West, this is a gas field, and they were extracting the natural gas from this reservoir. And the gas which was being produced contained large percentage of CO2, which is 9.5% as shown here. Now, with this percentage of CO2, if this gas was not commercially viable to be sold, so it was rather a requirement for the company to sell it gas to remove CO2 from the produced gas, and then they were allowed to sell their methane. So what they did is they removed that CO2 from the gas and transported it to the Sleipner East gas field, and they started injecting it in an 800 meter deep IISER formation. It's a sandstone formation. And this project became so popular that it is like the most ideal CCS case that everyone, whosoever works in CO2 sequestration or geological carbon sequestration, would cite. Like this is the best example. From since 1996, the company has been injecting CO2 at a rate of 1 million ton per year, and successfully it is being stored in this formation. And till now, no serious leakage has been reported. And this was very well demonstrated by seismic data. So I'll show later that what does seismic data mean. But I think most of you are aware about this seismological data. These are kind of the similar data sets, only the source are controlled sources. We can generate our own sources to collect this type of seismic information. So here you can see that this was the pre-injection seismic section in which the reservoir top and the seal reflectors are visible. This is probably the reservoir base. But there is no other information available in this zone. But after injection of CO2 in 1996 and in 1999, on the same place, another set of seismic data was acquired, and you see very bright reflections in the subsequent seismic data. So these reflections are coming because of CO2 present in the reservoir. And you can see that CO2 is moving following this trend, the caprock trend, and it is forming a plume type of structure and not really going above this seal, and it is just contained in this formation. And till now, no migration out of formation has been reported in this field. So this was like a success, and then this many people after the success of this project, many other projects took up, and then people got confidence that okay, this can be done, and seismic can be a very good technique to monitor such type of means to monitor movement of CO2 in the reservoir. Now, I have shown you that what happens after CO2 is injected in the reservoir in terms of seismic data. Now, what are the processes actually involved? Means how it can be injected in the formation. So the simplest one is the structural and stratigraphic trapping. So it is as simple as that the naturally occurring hydrocarbon fields where the fluids are trapped because of structures, and they remain there for millions years ever since they were formed. So it's very simple. So the declined oil and gas fields are the best sites for this type of trapping. So if the oil field has declined, it is the best place where CO2 can be just injected, and the reservoir will accept it just like any other reservoir fluid, and it can remain there just like any other reservoir fluid under the influence of structure, the geological structures or the static or the traps. Now the second one, of course, yeah. Here, what generally we do that since these are the ideal sites for the storage, we generally use geophysical surveys to characterize this type of formations by mapping all the layers what is there at that site, and then we try to understand the change in properties as shown in the slide now. That is there any change happening in the reservoir after injection of CO2 or under the movement of CO2. And based on the annual seismic data, we can say that the site is safely storing or not. And or even if the injection is not happening, the geophysical data can provide information on all the rock properties, what are the discontinuities, how safe is the site, so that can be done for this type of sites. Now, another process happens in the reservoir is the residual trapping, which is very common when we go for either enhanced oil recovery or enhanced gas recovery from the field. So what happens that in the reservoir pores already these hydrocarbon molecules are present. So when CO2 or a mixture of CO2 is injected at certain pressure and in the favorable circumstances, the CO2 will replace this host oil and gas molecules towards the production well, and CO2 will get trapped in those pore spaces. So this process is very common when we deal with the conventional hydrocarbon reservoirs, and of course the unconventional one where the coal bed methane and the shale gas is stored by the similar process in the pore spaces. So many people do not consider EOR as a sequestration option because when we produce hydrocarbons in this process, some part of CO2 also comes out. That depends. There is no really a formula to calculate that, but that depends upon the site. It will come out. So again, it will come back to the system. So it is more like a enhanced oil recovery method rather than a geological sequestration. But again, the geophysical methods and geophysical methods are very applicable to characterize this type of process. The most useful, I would say, is the mineral trapping, in which, say, especially in the carbonate rocks, where CO2 can react with the host rock minerals and then form the carbonate minerals, which will never leak. So we call it the permanent sequestration because there is very least chance of any mishap happening in that, and we don't really have to monitor these sites very seriously as we have to do for the other sites. But the problem with this is, say, for basalt, these are very hard rock. So injecting any fluid in such a low permeable medium, it becomes a challenge. And then when the CO2 reacts with the minerals, the change what is happening in the mineral properties, it is so minimum that it's very difficult to identify that using the geophysical data. So it is still a research problem that how do we design the monitoring methods for such type of sequestration problems, although it is the best solution for CO2 sequestration. So it's still research is going on in that direction. Now the last one is the solubility trapping, which is generally happening in the saline aquifers where CO2 gets dissolved in the reservoir fluid. Now again here, So, geophysics is not that sensitive to measure this type of changes in the reservoir. Again, it can do the site characterization before injection, and it can also be used to see if CO2 is leaking through any conduit or any fault in the seal. But monitoring this stuff, this is generally a lot of chemistry is involved, so geophysical applications are little less in this type of solubility trapping. And why I am using only geophysical methods, because that's what our expertise is. And of course, the geologists are present in all these geological inputs are required in all this type of trapping. So we cannot really ignore the need of the geologist in any of these processes. So, having explained the mechanism that what happens when CO2 enters into a reservoir, what geoscientists do, as you have seen that there is a lot of engineering involved in the whole process, there is chemistry involved in the whole process, there is physics involved. So, what generally geoscientists do in such type of projects? So, what we do is we try to develop a comprehensive description of the entire chain for the site characterization. So, which will be implemented in the field, not by the geoscientists, generally by the operators, which are generally the engineers. But we provide the complete information of the site and recommend it whether it is suitable for such type of injection or not. And in that, many processes are involved. Like here, you can see that we do a field scale study, which comes from the generally geological and geophysical data. We also do core studies. In the well logs, the cores will be recovered. We study those cores in the samples, and we also see the in the microscope the core scale study also we do. Which is specially required, especially when we are studying this geochemistry of the CO2 and rock interaction. So we start with the field scale observation, and then we do the reservoir characterization. We try to define the geometry of the entire reservoir, which here you can see that this is the reservoir, and then we try to map all these faults which are not really good for this type of project, because they might result in leaking. So all these discontinuities are mapped using geophysical data. Then we map the seal, because seal is equally important in any CO2 sequestration project. The seal should be very impermeable, so that it doesn't allow movement of fluid from the reservoir rock to the upper formations. So this generally is done with the help of geomechanics and the geologists. In fact, all the interpretation of geophysical data is generally done with the help of geologists. So once our reservoir characterization is ready, we study the geochemistry of the subsurface CO2. This is very important when we are studying the carbonate rocks. In sandstone reservoirs, many times it is ignored, but now again people are putting efforts to study the effect of geochemistry also. That what happens is, because if some minerals are formed because of CO2 and rock interaction, they might occupy the pore space in the rock, and then that might obstruct the flow of fluid in the reservoir. So sometimes we do see the effect of this clogging in terms of geophysical data, but the signal strength is so weak that it can be generally seen in the laboratory, but it is difficult to see this type of changes in the field data. So that's again a kind of research topic that we are incorporating for fine scale modeling. Now, caprock integrity and fracture characterization, I already explained. Generally, it is done by well and geophysical data with the help of expert geomechanics and the seismics. So once it is done and the fluid is injected in the formation, we try to study that how the fluid is moving in the formation, and that can be done by, of course, by studying the data from different wells. But the most popular and easiest way is to the geophysical monitoring. What we do, like as I have shown in the slide case, we keep on acquiring data on the same site with probably the same parameters and all, and then we try to compare the data sets for the changes. And what changes we see in the seismic section, we try to interpret them in terms of fluid flow and the properties of the reservoir, which are changing with time. So for monitoring, geophysical monitoring is one of the best method available for this type of movement. Now, this is one example of the how a reservoir characterization can be done using seismic. So you see that we see many reflectors in the. This is a process, finally processed depth migrated seismic section. So we identify the faults, and then we identify the reservoir rocks. We identify the seal. All these formations are generally identified with the help of geologists and with the help of logs. And then the site is characterized for further study. For monitoring, this is we just don't worry much about because so many boxes are there. So this is like an example that how do we do monitoring. So all of you, I think, must be having some idea of what are these what is reservoir simulation. We try to simulate what is happening in the reservoir. In the field, and which is done in the lab using numerical equations, and we try to understand that how reservoir is behaving under different stages. So based on that, we try to find the connection between the reservoir properties, because that's what we observe in the well, with the rock properties. And then from the rock properties, we try to estimate the velocities of the rock, the physical properties of the rocks, which are for seismic, which are important are velocities, compressional and shear wave velocities, and the density of the rocks. So this inverse type of thing we try to extract from the reservoir property. Now, when we have velocity of the rock and the density of the rock, I can prepare a model on which I can generate synthetic seismic data. So this is called the seismic modeling. So we generate synthetic seismic data and then analyze different attributes to see that whether we are able to see any changes by changing these properties or not, which are coming from the simulator. So if we are satisfied that we are able to monitor these type of properties in the seismic data, we recommend the site for seismic monitoring, that these changes are observable in seismic. Sometimes we do inverse process also, but I'm not going too much in the detail also. This is just to show that how the rock properties, how reservoir engineers and how the seismic experts will work in integration while doing this type of experiment. Now, having discussed all the basic concepts of that, what is the situation in India right now? Everyone is talking, even we are getting so many newspaper articles also. So what we see that the low-hanging fruit, that where the CO2 injection can immediately start in India, are the oil and gas fields which are being operated by oil and gas industry in India. And those industries are very capable, they have manpower, they have infrastructure, they have good research team, and they can go ahead with the CO2 EOR for immediate implementation. And they have already done a lot of work in Camber Basin, especially I think India's first CO2 EOR project is coming up now in 2026 in Gandhar, Camber Basin by ONGC. So they have done all the basic groundwork. Only thing, there are some issues related to availability of CO2 and some policy issues they are waiting for. Otherwise, this project may take off any time. But and the interest of oil industry in this type of problems is because the cost of injecting CO2 will be offset by the enhanced production from their declining oil and gas reservoir. So they are more interested in that. But if even if I put all the declining oil and gas field together, what we saw that probably more than 4 gigaton of storage capacity we will not have in India, because we don't really have those many oil and gas fields, and so many of new will take some time to go into declining stage, and in fact the cost of UR also is very CO2 UR is also expensive. So probably this is not a solution for long-term geological storage of CO2, because we need more gigaton capacity. So from research point of view, we are focusing on large-scale mapping of Gormana formations, which is in all the coal fields of India, in the eastern India basically, and the Deccan Basalt, because we have large geological formations, like the Gondwana Basin is which of course we have not yet mapped, so I cannot give you a figure that how many square kilometer we will have in the Gondwana basin, but all these coal fields of Gondwana basins are a candidate for geological sequestration. Similarly, this 50,000 square kilometer area of the onshore Deccan tract is also very suitable, has been shown suitable for geological sequestration. I'm not saying that in all this area it is possible to do, but we have to find locations in these sites in these areas where the large scale CO2 sequestration can happen. So this is our situation is little different from the advanced countries where they have preferred more saline aquifers and the depleted oil and gas reservoirs. So all the hydrocarbon rich countries, because this you see the CCS projects are the most of the projects are in US, and US is very oil rich country. They have reservoirs where the CO2 can be sequestered also after production and all. So they are they have a geological advantage of that. But in India, it is still, in fact, because of many policy issues, it has not yet come up. And even if it comes up, this will not provide the solution to the carbon sequestration. Now, the saline aquifers, which are the most in most of the CCS projects, are inclined to go for the saline aquifers because of one thing is because of this Sleipner progress. Because Sleipner was the most ideal data set, and that's saline aquifer case. But in India, the problem is many people have reported the saline aquifers. They are very good for CO2 sequestration. Like the Ganga basin, they have estimated 80 gigaton of CO2 just based on its geographical area. But we have not mapped those onshore saline aquifers. Now the problem with these type of basin, these onshore basins is they are in very highly populated regions. So if we have to go and acquire seismic data for reservoir characterization or any kind of geophysical data, we'll not be able to do justice with the data. It's not possible to develop a fine-scale reservoir model in such an area. And even if we develop something to handle that, those areas are very close to Himalayan belt, very earthquake-prone regions. So site-wise, it's risky to recommend those sites for the CO2 storage because the saline aquifers will not be the permanent geological storage. They will be trapped in the formation. So if any earthquake happens, it might disrupt the whole system. So those things we have not considered. So what I see that saline aquifers in India, it's still in very nascent stage, and we'll still have to do a lot of work to see whether we can go ahead with that or not. And we should look for this offshore saline aquifers also. And the saline aquifers which are present in oil and gas reservoirs can also be studied. Now, the attractive research topics in India, what we feel are the unminable coal seams and the basalt. Because in these unminable coal seams, many laboratory studies have shown encouraging results. I am not discussing all that. So another advantage what we have in the coal field of India is all these coal fields, they have at deeper levels have prospective shale layers. Of course, not all shales are rich, but in many sites, many fields, it has been reported that the shales are prospective for hydrocarbons. Now, if we develop a technology where we can extract the CBM from the deeper coal seams, shale gas from the deeper shale formations, and inject CO2 in the deeper coal seam at the same time extracting these cleaner sources of energy, it will have a threefold advantage. So this is one research project we had been, we probably will be working on. And in addition to that, we are also focusing on the basalt study because the laboratory studies carried out by NGRA were encouraging for CO2 sequestration. So we want to see that whether it is possible to recommend Deccan basalts for CO2 sequestration or not. So before getting into all this sequestration problem, we had been doing some of the studies like which are basic requirement for the site characterization, which is the static modeling and how do we estimate the storage capacity of the reservoir using seismic data. So we have worked on this Sleipner. We had an MOU with Equinor, and then we worked on their dataset with them. So it was basically for the storage capacity estimation that we had to map those small shales which are coming inside the Utsira formation. So if we estimate the storage capacity by ignoring these thin shale layers, the estimates will be wrong. So we had been mapping these thin shale layers using seismic data so that the exact volume of the reservoir can be computed. Then we also demonstrated that the seismic data can be used for to map the permeability. Of course, we cannot give exact value, but then the qualitative information on permeability distribution can be obtained using seismic data. We also mapped some of the shale formations in the Raniganj Gondwana basin of India, where we have shown that the shales are prospective in that, and then many players like SR and CMPDA, they are looking for the shale gas exploration in that area. And at the same time, these formations can also be used for the injection of CO2. Now, the main role geophysics finds in the monitoring aspect, and when we were working on the Sleipner data, we developed a technique where we can see that how CO2 can be detected at the base of the reservoir, because most of the techniques which are available till now are based on the top reservoir amplitude changes. So with this method we have developed, and we saw that in certain frequency bands we are not able to we call it low frequency shadows, that attenuation of seismic waves is happening more. So that information we are trying to use to detect CO2 in the formation. In the presence of CO2, we see that at that 12 Hz frequency, we were able to spot these anomalies. But when we change the frequency, when we increase the frequency to 40 Hz, we could not map we could not see the presence of CO2. So these techniques we are now trying to use for the quantification and the monitoring of the CO2 movement using seismic data in the reservoir. So in general, what I say that the geophysical techniques can be used for the conformance and both the containment monitoring, in which we can use these techniques and ensure that CO2 stays within the system. So we can do the safety study also. And we can also use these methods to understand what is happening in the reservoir using these methods. So generally, seismic is not really useful to give any information on the permeability system of the reservoir. But here this is one ONGC's oil field, where we try to give an estimate from the permeability from the seismic data to understand the movement of fluid. And you see that, of course, these values which are given here in Meridarcy are not very accurate, but the trend is accurate. So when we prepared this permeability map, we could able to predict the movement preferential flow direction in the high permeable zone. So this type of studies are really important for to understand the movement of CO2 also in the reservoir. We also modeled Ankleshwar oil field, which was declining. It was in operation since 1961 and was put on water injection in 1964. And we had information on that. We had been working on that. And in the part of Ankleshwar, we did a lot of study, and we recommended the site for CCS. And with an additional recovery of oil and the storage capacity also we have estimated. But due to the problem with the non-availability of CO2, with some economic reasons, the site, ONGC did not take up this. But the site is already recommended for long-term storage of CO2. Now that was done in my group. Now our EES Geochemistry group has also done, this was some 10-15 years ago, they have already demonstrated in laboratory that the Deccan basalt mineral carbonation can happen in Deccan basalt if under the influence of CO2. So now we are taking up this as a major project and then continuing this study to see that whether the basalts can be recommended for a field scale application or not, because this was done in the laboratory. So what I said, that this is what we are focusing now in our group for this future research work in the CCS. And then I'm glad to share that IISER Bhopal is like a leading partner with us in both the projects, where one is where we are studying the soil deposits in the Deccan Traps for the CO2 sequestration, and another one in the Raniganj field, Raniganj basin. We are trying to understand that whether CO2 injection pilot plant can be installed there or not. And of course, the IISER is a partner with us. And CSR also is taking, my parent institute is CSR, they are also taking initiatives in CCS projects. So CSR has proposed a cluster of excellence where we are trying to pool all the laboratories and expertise from all the laboratories, and then trying to find a solution for in terms of different mission work projects and all for a larger problem. And CSR can do this because each lab has expertise in their domain, and it is possible that these type of solutions can be found by such an integrated effort. But this has not yet taken up, it is still under discussion. So with this, I thank you, and this is some self-advertisement because we always look for young and bright minds to come to NGRA. So please do visit us, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy.
Dr. Vedanti, good afternoon. This is Ramya. Thank you very much for a very nice exposition on geological carbon sequestration, and more importantly for consenting to deliver this talk on such short notice. I believe you indicated that you have to be elsewhere. Can we take a couple of questions, or how are you placed?
Yeah, I have a meeting 3:30, so
okay,
please.
So we are good. All right. Yeah. So any questions, audience?
Hi, Dr. Nisha. It was a very interesting talk. I just have one small question. Again, just to understand this concept of extracting shale and CBM that you've shown in one of the slides and then injecting it with CO2. So I was just wondering, like, can this replacement, like, what is the accuracy of it in terms of 100% replacement when you're replacing it with CO2? Is there any chance of collapse of the reservoir, or like like how safe is the process?
Yes. That's a very important question. So any fluid replacement process, whether it is for CBM, shale gas, or in the conventional field also, when we just inject water to replace oil in the conventional, the pressure monitoring is very important. And in some of the cases, it has been seen that if the reservoir is not monitored, the overburden has collapsed. So that the pressure monitoring is really important. Then only it will be recommended.
All right, yeah. Thank you.
Students, other questions? Yes, please.
Hello, ma'am. Unfortunately, I joined a bit late, so I couldn't get this term that you used, non-availability of CO2.
Okay, yeah. Well, I know this question might come because see, this is what we have in abundance in atmosphere, and then why I'm talking about the non-availability of CO2. Now, what happens is for each reservoir, depending upon there are of course different properties. So, at what fluid we need for injection? It may be pure CO2, it may not be pure CO2. So sometimes what happens that if we are going for a pure CO2 injection, the availability of pure CO2 in the vicinity is not there. So we have to take it from some refinery or any other point source, and that involves a big process because say I have a power plant, a coal-fired power plant, the emission what it is coming from the power plant are not pure CO2. So we have to capture that CO2 from there, and then we have to see that composition of fluid, whether it is good for my reservoir or not. So, and even if it is good, there will be a cost involved to capture it from that power plant, then to transport it, and then to inject it. Now, who will bear that cost? Ideally, the company will say the emitter should take care of that because they are anyhow polluting that. But there are some government regulations, means we don't really have proper government regulations to control that. Now, in case of this Ankleshwar, I tell you that this was one of the reasons that it did not, one of the reasons, not the only reason, that the Ankleshwar was little far from the refinery from where the ONGC was planning to bring CO2 from Hazira. There was a lot of cost involved in the capturing CO2 from Hazira and then bringing and to bring it to the composition which is required for the Ankleshwar. So that did not happen. And sometimes they buy from, or like for Gandhar, they are planning to take it from IOCL. Now again, there is a cost involved. Who will pay that cost? Ideally, government can say that since you are using a waste product, it should be free. But that is not right now in the document. So still those discussions are going on that if they get some benefit, like in the other countries, they are getting some benefit, then they will go ahead with the process. Okay.
So, I mean, the way I see it, like you pointed out sometime during your talk, there is the economic cost of it, but even the energy involved in sequestering and transport, you're probably still going to burn gasoline or diesel to get from point A to B.
Yes.
So, our net gains may not be as appreciable as
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's why this, all these source and sink, generally we suggest that they should be very close so that all these costs can be minimized.
Right, yeah. One last burning question, I believe. That's all we have time for. No? Okay, no burning questions then. Thank you very much again for taking the time to do this at such short notice. And my colleague Dr. Jyotirmay Malik pointed out that there are good people who will do this at such short notice, and now there's enormous pressure on all of us as academics to not turn down invitations to deliver talks at 2-3 unnoticed. Huh? Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, can we log out now?
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
We will now begin with the lightning sessions for today. So first we have Srivatsa. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Srivatsa Golla. I'm a fifth year BSMS student. Today, I'm going to present a part of my MS thesis work on the topic variability of ocean currents and high resolution ocean general circulation models and their relationship with climate models. First off, I would like to start with a brief introduction about what is ocean circulation. Ocean circulation is the large-scale movement of water across and within the ocean basins around the world. It is a crucial regulator of climate by transporting heat, carbon, nutrients, and fresh water all around the world. Ocean general circulation models are certain numerical models that solve equations that help in representing the characteristics of this ocean circulation. And another major point is that ocean circulation is an active and highly nonlinear player in global climate game. So the goal of this study particularly is to take a multi-domain approach towards understanding the representation of ocean circulation systems in different general circulation models, both nested and non-nested. I will come more detail in the next slide. So the domains that we considered is the North Atlantic current system and the Agulhas current system. Both are a powerful warm western boundary current which transport warm saline water from the tropical region to the higher latitudes, like the subpolar regions. These currents play a vital role in regulating the local, regional, and as well as global climate. Both the North Atlantic current and the Agulhas current are part of the upper or warmer limb of the Atlantic meridional outer circulation. So coming to the data, we considered a model output of a temporal resolution of daily and 5-day resolution. The model configurations are based on the NEMO modeling framework. The resolutions range from a relatively coarse resolution of 0.25 degree to 1 by 12 degree to 1 by 60th and 1 by 20th of a degree. So when I said nested and non-nested models, the nested models are based on the concept of model nesting, where a particular region within the global model is selectively enhanced or increased. Yeah. So these are the domains that we considered. For the North Atlantic current, these are the different configurations, and the Agulhas current system, these are the configurations. The methodology, we took a two-step methodology towards analyzing the different components. One is the spatial difference between the satellite and the model surface level model fields, which is the sea surface temperatures, sea surface salinity, and height. And another one is the transport flux calculations to particular cross sections within these domains. We calculated volume flux, heat flux, and salt flux through particular cross sections within the study domain that we considered for these current systems. So the results that we got from the spatial difference of surface fields is that the nested model was performing better compared to the non-nested models in terms of representing the surface fields of sea surface height and sea surface temperature. The same can be seen with the Agulhas current system as well as in the North Atlantic current. So for the flux transport, we saw that the nested models were representing pretty well compared to the non-nested models. For further details, you can visit my poster. It's poster number 22. So yeah, thank you.
You have to do the 230. It's difficult for the speakers to keep that.
Up next, we have Vishnu.
Commentate an extreme flow with very fast. So what is a commentate? So by definition, commentate is a rock, ultramafic rock, and whose field relation to the textures provide evidence of a volcanic or subvolcanic origin. And the characteristic texture of commentate is called a spinifex texture, which is formed by elongated olivine crystals. And this is how it is seen in a hand specimen, and this is how it is seen in a thin section. So why do we study commentate? So commentates can tell us about the Archean plate tectonics, and it can tell us about the heterogeneity related to Archean mantle, and also it is a tool to understand the secular cooling of the secular cooling of Earth's mantle. But how do we know all of this? To generate an ultramafic magma, we need to melt an ultramafic mantle to a very high degrees. So in the case of Cometate, it could be almost 40 to 60 degrees. But the condition which led to this much of high degree of melting was a heated debate topic among scientists. So they proposed various tectonic models for their generation. So the first probability would be in the Archean, where 90% of the cometates were formed. The Earth's mantle were significantly hotter than today. Thus, the mantle could be melted to greater degrees and produce ultramafic magma. So this is called a Bloom model. The second probability could be the mantle was not significantly hotter in the Archean, but the introduction of water into the mantle significantly decreases the melting temperature and thus create an ultramafic magma. So this is called a high-dust melting model. So understanding which tectonic settings produce cometate could tell us about the tectonics that is dominated in Archean and also the thermal and chemical nature of the Archean mantle. Coming to the composition of cometates, cometate can be subdivided into aluminum depleted cometates, aluminum undepleted cometates, and aluminum enriched cometate based on their major and trace element geochemistry. So all of these different types of cometate represent different depth and degree of melting, where ADK is formed the deepest, and AUK is formed in the intermediate depth, and AEK the shallowest. And also, comparing the ages of ADK, AUK, and AEK, ADKs are the oldest, then AUK and AEKs are the youngest. So this also shows a significant change in the mantle, the thermal and chemical nature of the Archean mantle. So what if all of the three types of cometates are present in the same greenstone belt? The first probability would be a multiple bloom model where different blooms create different cometate composition. The second would be a single bloom that is rising up, melted at different depth to give rise to different cometate composition. So coming to my poster, my work is on the Banasandra cometate from the Banasandra greenstone belt. So as you can see from this map, Banasandra greenstone belt is located in the western Delaware Raton, and it is a small greenstone belt where we can observe all the three types of cometate. So I will be discussing all of these concepts and more with respect to major and trace element geochemistry to develop a heterogeneity model for the formation and to discuss about the heterogeneity related to Archean. So all of you are welcome to attend my presentation.
Up next we have Jitin.
Afternoon everyone, this is Jitin here. Today I am talking about implementing a Lagrangian approach to quantify the uncertainty in simulating the fossil fuel carbon dioxide mixing ratio enhancements. That is how we will, first we are talking about how we will simulate the enhancement in the fossil fuel carbon dioxide mixing ratio. Actually we will be having fossil fuel emission fluxes, we will be inputting it into the transport model and we will be simulating the mixing ratio enhancement. So actually, by simulating this mixing ratio enhancement, there is two possibilities that the uncertainty can come. That's two important possibilities. That is, one is from the uncertainty in the fossil fuel emission flux, and the other one is the uncertainty from the transport model. So here I am explaining about the uncertainty in the emission flux. Okay, so over Indian region we have selected 5 emission estimates. And this is the standard deviation that I plotted in the spatial distribution of the emission fluxes among these 5 emission estimates. So we have found that this standard deviation ranges from 28.22 micromoles per meter square per second to 123.16 micromole per meter square per second. This is actually a quantitative approach, but when we check this emission estimate in a qualitative approach, this is another analysis that we have done. It is actually termed as transient band method. Here we can see that this hash color thing, band here represents the geographical location of the cities, emission cities, highly emitting cities, and how each of these emission estimates is representing the peak emission from these cities. Okay, so if an emission estimate is perfectly representing a city, then it's the emission peak from that emission estimate will be coming in the center of this hash color band. So we can see that there is a spread and there is differences between these emission estimates. So now I am talking about how this uncertainty is going to affect the fossil fuel enhancement simulations. Okay, this is the basic setup of our experiment. We will be having 5 different emission estimates and 2 different transport models. Likewise, we are simulating the mixing ratio enhancement, fossil fuel carbon dioxide mixing ratio enhancement over 15 different locations over Indian region using a 10 ensemble simulations. That is with the help of these 5 emission estimates and 2 transport models. And we have found that there's an average uncertainty of 50 to 55.92% uncertainty is there from the emission estimates for the mixing ratio enhancement simulations. For detailed studies, I am inviting you all into my poster number 25. Thank you.
Up next, we have the State of the Science Session 3 by Sunit Mohanty.
Okay, good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Sunit Mohanty, Senior Research Fellow, and I'll be talking about rare earth elements and overview of occurrence, application, exploration, analysis, and environmental effect and recycling. So, as far as the current decay is concerned, like past decay is concerned, rare earth element has gained a significant importance, and the use of the rare earth elements has drastically increased. Talking about your cell phones, talking about your smart apps, smartwatch, anything you name it, has a incorporation of rare earths into it. So the market, as far as it is concerned, is quite stringent. This is because China, which is supposed to be having the largest rare earth element deposit, with Boyan Obo carbonatite deposit, where it extracts around 85 to 80 to 85% tonnage grade of light rare earth element, has now stopped giving to the other parts of the world. I mean, it has stopped exporting the rare earths because without giving a single notice. So the technologies that with the decade has enhanced and essentially using the rare earth has now got very stringent, and the consequences is like the technology has already developed, but we do not have the raw materials to provide that technology to work. So in that market, the world has asked all the countries to look into the potential rare earth resources. And of course, India is one of the major players in giving rare earths. And of course, we have not started exporting yet, but yes, we will soon be starting exporting. And we are looking at the prospect in all the possible areas in India where we can potentially extract the ice. So moving on, in the talk we shall be talking about rare earth elements as in detail, the introduction of rare earth elements, distribution of REs in the earth crust and mineralogy, because all the REs must have a source, and the source comes from the rocks. Not only the rocks, rather there are other deposits and other sources in the earth itself which we have to understand better to extract the rare earths in a proper way. We will be talking about the high technology and applications of REs exploration, metallurgy, of course, how economically and viably we can extract the REs. Chemical characterization of RE application to different instruments. So, as far as REs are concerned, these are not very usually present in the earth crust. So they are quite rare and the concentration is quite low. So with the development of the instruments, we are able to even detect the slightest concentration of REs present in any material that you name it. Then the environmental impact and health effects, of course, we are extracting, so it does have the environmental and health effects, and specific applications of REs and recycling. So What are the REs? Now, why do we call it as rare earth elements? The rare earth elements that is usually done as the lanthanide series, starting from lanthanum to lutetium. It is rare earth because the concentration, as I said, it is quite less in the earth crust. So since the concentration is very less, it is quite rare. And ironically, we are only talking about the earth crust because we do have earth crust, mantle, and core. We have not yet found out what is the concentration yet, but potentially the rare earth does comes from the mantle and the core. So, but in the manifestations of the rare earth concentration in the earth crust is quite less. Now, why is it so important? We are going to look into the chemistry in detail. I mean, this is the basic chemistry, I hope everybody will understand. Now, this is the rare earths. The rare earth have a very specific phenomena that happens. I mean, the lanthanide series have a very specific phenomena that happens. This is the lanthanide contraction. Now, what is lanthanide contraction? When we move from in a periodic table from the left to the right in a period, what happens is there is a continuous addition of electrons. And continuous addition of electrons as well as continuous addition of shells, K, L, M, S, and all that. So when we are continuously adding the shells, there are continuous addition of electrons. So there is an inter-electron repulsion, due to which the size which is supposed to decrease from left to right is, of course, it is decreasing, but the decrease is quite gradual. It doesn't happen in the way that other periods experience. So when the decrease is quite gradual, they exhibit similar chemical properties. Similar chemical properties makes it very distinguishing as far as geosciences are concerned. Because the slightest change among all of them will be very prominent. If I take a simple example now, if I am keeping myself identical, 20 or 25 identicals, the slightest change among all of them you all can very well notice. So is the case with the rare earths. So any change in the behavior of all these rare earths is quite easily been identified, and we term it as anomaly. Rare earths are also potentially used to understand the petrogenesis of that particular rock. Of course, there are other applications, but since I'm in geosciences, I will only talk about geosciences applications. Now, this is the distribution of REs in the Earth's crust and mineralogy. So these are all the REs that we are considering here. These are the atomic numbers starting from 21, and this is the lanthanum series starting to ending at lutetium. So 57 to 71. And this is the oxide translations of all these elements, and this is the conversion factor which is also mentioned. Now, this is the average abundance in ppm level in the Earth crust. So Taylor Macklin in 1985 and Wedderpole 1985, and this is 1995. And of course, Light in 1997, they measured the concentration in the Earth crust for all these rare earths, and you can see the concentration is not quite enough. And when we talk about the chondrite in last SOS talk of Luxana, she mentioned about the chondrites. So in chondrites, we have the concentration is even quite less as compared to the Earth crust. So this gives us a very important conclusions that why we should study, which is actually quite rare in the Earth crust. So the presence of REs in the Earth crust, these are all the important areas, I would say, where you find potential presence of the Earth crust, of the rare earths. So starting, which is the most important and the most potential rock to host the REs is the alkaline and carbonate RE sources. So this rock is quite unique. I mean, the genesis of this rock is quite unique. It doesn't form in a very single step. It takes significant steps to form. So the processing of this rock and emplacing in the Earth crust requires a lot of steps. So these steps is actually the boon for this rock to host a lot of REs, because REs are very specifically getting fractionated through all these kind of rock, because they host those minerals which actually host a good amount of RE concentrations. Now, as far as the carbonites are concerned, in India, there are three major complexes of carbonite deposits in India. Ambadongar complex in the west, Sung Valley in northeast, and the Samanpati Sevatur in the south. Of course, we have Nelania and Saranu deposits in the Rajasthan sector. So studies from those study from Ambadongar have reported significant presence of REs. Kumar and Bhushan of 2015, 2019 and 2019. They have reported also significant presence of REs in Saranu district, Saranu place of Rajasthan, and of course Kumar in Sung Valley sector also have reported presence of REs. And these all REs are quite significantly present, which can be extracted from those minerals. And of course, India has not started yet to extract REs as in alkaline and carbonatite deposit, but yes, it is one of the most important potential sources to extract. And of course, the government of India is looking into it. We have the residual deposit. The residual deposits are actually the highly weathered products of these rocks. I mean, it could be even, it could be of any rock that weathered with providing the temperature, pressure and temperature, and of course the environmental condition, and then deposits in the bottom, and then it gets solidified, and then it forms the residual deposit. So it's residual, and all the concentrations of the REs, they comes from all these rocks and get deposited in the residual deposit. So if we have a carbonatite deposit, let's say for an example, and then we have a residual deposit just side to it, so we will always look into those kind of deposits, because those deposits will be potential enough to give us the REs which have been leached out from all these rocks and get deposited in the residual deposits. Heavy mineral and placer deposit. India is extracting RE only from this kind of deposit, because the Indian Rare Earths Limited, which is headquartered in Mumbai, it has 14 locations in all over the country, and those all are beach complexes. So in beach complexes, we have the heavy minerals like the monazite, the apatite, the ilmenite, and the garnet. So the rare earth which has been extracted from all the Indian Rare Earths Limited sites are from monazite. So India is only extracting the REs from the monazite so far, but yes, it is looking into apatite as a potential source to extract the REs. Now, RE in coal, scientists believe that this is the next storehouse for REs after the alkaline and carbonatite RE deposit, because the study from the coal ash beds, I mean, coal is itself a non-renewable energy, it is giving us energy when we burn it. Even after the burning also, we do get energy out of it. So the studies have revealed that there is around 3,000 ppm of reported RE from the fly ash deposits, fly ash formations of the coal. Now in India, of course there is studies of the fly ash deposits, but the concentration is quite less, which is not economical enough to extract. But of course, we are looking into talc beds and the other formations, coal formations, to look into whether it could be a potential source for RE explorations. Now, RE in sediments, self, and ocean bottom. Yes, ocean bottom is a storehouse of a lot of things. And it's not only the RE rather, it is also the other strategic minerals that we are looking at using right now. So the REs in sediments, we have the total continental shelf starting to the abyssal plains. All the formations, especially the manganese nodules and the cobalt crust, that is a ferromanganese rich cobalt crust. And it's not the crust, it is rather the encrustations formed in the ocean crust. So those also have significant presence of REs. So we look into the statistics of what REs are present in what formations, and the extraterrestrial RE resource. Now recently there is a statement by, I don't know who is the guy, I'm not remembering the name, who is the founder of the Tesla? Elon Musk, sorry. So Elon Musk told that he's going to nuke Mars to make it suitably habitat as well as extract the minerals. We have already started to look into Moon, because Moon is also, it was also at some point of time part of Earth, and it got separated. So we also have the presence of, we could also have the presence of REs in Moon. So these are the possible sites, but yes, the feasibility of the extraterrestrial RE resources is still in debate right now, and it is not a possible also factor for in recent times. But of course, when we exhaust everything from Earth, we'll be looking into the extraterrestrial REs. So this is one of the models that they have, the workers have reported. Good enough 2021 has given good enough picture to visualize what is the possible, what could be the possible reason of the presence of REs in the alkaline rocks and associated carbonatite rocks. So you can see in the figure that, of course, this is a post-collisional system. I mean, I'm talking about the great tectonics, because tectonics also play a very important factor in giving the REs to specific rock types. So this is a post-tectonic polygenetic system, and as you can see, there is an instability which is giving up the REs into the constituent rocks. And of course, we have a continental rifting, in which we have examples out from India about carbonatite deposit, which gives the REs from the metastromatized SCNM, that is the part of mantle which is quite fertile, and the RE goes into those kind of rocks. So these are the two models which are supporting about the presence of REs into the alkaline and carbonatite rocks. And here we have, here is the list of minerals that actually host the REs. So of course, the RE goes into minerals, so the mineral must be capable enough to handle all those elements. So these are the list of minerals starting from allanite, apatite, bastnasite, udilite, and all, you name it, stone, xenotime, zircon, and all. These are potential minerals to take the REs. And this is the oceanic system in which we have the continental margin, ocean basin, and then oceanic ridge, where you have the potential sources of the REs present. And this is the placer deposits, where actually India is currently exploring the REs out of monazite. There are sites, as I mentioned, there are 14 major sites where REL is extracting the REs, and these are the dual deposits. So now if we look into the concentrations of REs in the marine sediments, in the Indian, I'm talking only about Indian context. We have the Indian Oceans, which reports around 928 to 1570 ppm of RE. One from RE mud and another is from ferromanganese crust. However, the number is also very high about other settlements like 1727 to 2511 in the Bhopal crust and so on. So these could be the possible and very potential RE resource to extract in the near future. Now, the high technology applications of RE. Now, as I mentioned, to name anything which is very scientific and very useful for our life, and it has become a very integral part of our daily life, does use RE as a major ingredient for it. So, even if I talk about the renewable energy, like the wind turbines use specific kind of magnets, and these magnets are not natural magnets. Rather, these magnets are made from neodymium and holmium magnets. These are very strong magnets because now the reason for us to use the REs is because of its versatility, its chemical property, its magnetic susceptibility, and its chemical properties. So these are not easy to react, and these are very feasible to even withstand the harsh conditions. That's the reason that the magnets, the neodymium magnets, which is a very constituent ingredient for the wind turbines, it has been used as one of the prominent ingredient for that. And you name it, like in the electronics, look at the TV screens, cell phones, silicon chips, everything. And even the medical sciences, the X-rays, like you go at the basic thing that you do an X-ray. So even the X-rays are being used, the REs are being ingredient for that. So this is the requirement, this is the broad classification of in which the REs are used. So the magnets, yes, the selenium and neodymium is one of the key ingredients for that. And then even if in petroleum refining, lanthanum is one of the key ingredients. So this is what has fortified RE as one of the major sources to play in the sector of non-renewable energy as well as in the daily lives. So this is a pictorial representation about the magnets, as I mentioned, neodymium and all. The ceramics and glasses, we have the REs. And the minerals that actually the country started to extract RE from are listed below. So monazite, India is one of the primary users for monazite to extract REs. And xenotime is Brazil and China. Udilite is Canada and so on. So that's what is the information for the minerals that have been extracted. And now let's dive with REs. So this is a car, this is a hybrid car. Now of course we are using hybrid petroleum car. In the next 2 years we'll be using completely hybrid car. So if you look at the components of each and every part of the car, like I have the battery which is lanthanum and cerium. I have the glass which is made up of cerium. I have the LCD screen which gives the speedometers and AC controls, everything comes with the use of europium, yttrium and cerium. component sensors, like whenever your petrol is going to dry, that component, the sensor that it does is made up of yttrium, and so on. So next let's debug and look into the exploration and statistics. So this is India. We have 2,900 tons of REs. In 2021 production, in 2022 also stands at 21,900. Of course, we have a reserves of around 2 crore 10 lakhs tons of reserves, which makes us 5% of the total reserves in the whole earth. Of course, United States has stopped. The production is not much the way it has been doing in the past 10 years. But yes, China is the leading producer of REs. So with a reserve of 44 crores. So that is the reason that why it has a dominance in the whole world to control the RE market. This is some of the pictorial representation of statistics. So here is India, and this is the mine production, and this is the reserve. And you can see that Russia is behind us, but the reserve is slightly higher as compared to India. And as we know, China is dominating, so it has around 35% of the whole reserves. And this is the distribution and the commercial use of REs. So most of the REs are used as a catalyst, which stands around 35%. And ceramic, glass, others, metallurgy and alloys, polishing, and so on. So where exactly we are? So if we look at the Indian statistics, in all India, we have 12.47 million tons for monazite as a reserve, and out of that we are extracting the REs. So the extraction of REs is not that easy. It has to be, if you are extracting REs, it has to be kind of reasonable, economically viable, and which also we can make money out of it. So this is the statistic in which, as I mentioned, there are 14 locations where we are extracting the REs. The part of Odisha is actually a conglomerate company with IIREL, which is called OSCOM, so which is under the Department of Atomic Energy, and they are extracting the RE essentially for the nuclear purpose. So it is a very restricted area; you are not allowed to go. Now the metallurgy. So the extraction of REs requires certain kind of metallurgy. It follows a specific way of extracting. So if you look, I just will speak very broadly because I'm not a metallurgist. So the heavy minerals the heavy REs are separated from the lighter REs, and the heavy RE treatments is followed by precipitation, filtration, and calcination. And of course the same is for LREs, but the LREs are easy to do as compared to the HREs. The extraction of HREs is So this is all about the metallurgy. And yes, I spoke about the analytical techniques. These are the instrument which has evolved in quite space of time to form the to analyze the presence of the REs. So WDX, RF lips, and mostly the efficient way to measure REs is the mass spectrometers. Now this is the pie chart of using the instruments. ICP-MS has taken the major part, followed by the others. And this is the detection limit of a simple drinking water. So we have taken drinking water and we are finding out the instrument to measure the concentrations of the REs. So the high resolution ICP-MS is the most efficient way to detect the REs, because you can see the detection limit goes to picogram per milliliter. So it's quite less. So with that sensitivity, you can even measure the concentration of the REs. So if it is extraction, if it is metallurgy, then it has to be sustainably developed. So the sustainable development goals also include how to reuse and recycle the components of REs. So this is a pictorial representation how we actually recycle. It is not that we only throw and dump it, rather we reuse it so that again it can be utilized in the further applications. So now the trace element in environment. Of course, the environmental impact and toxic hazards that happen to human beings is not known. What RE can cause to us is not known, so that is why it is categorized in the 4th stage. So this is 1, 2, and 3, and 4 stage. So it is not known yet because we do not have experienced such kind of problems that has arisen due to the presence of the REs in certain daily uses that we are using. And these are the conclusions. So yes, REs is the big market right now, and of course we are prospering in extraction and metallurgy. India is also not falling back. It is looking into the possible sources that it can extract, and then finally it can use. And I mean, India is now importing. Soon we'll be starting to export. And this is the takeaways that we take from this talk. We know all about RE, occurrences, distribution, the high-tech applications, of course the Indian story of REs, environmental impact and recycling. And these are the references. Thank you.
The floor is now open to questions.
Yeah, a nice talk, Sumit. A quick query regarding the production of REs that you showed in 2021 and 22. What I noticed was that for most of the countries, the production decreased substantially between the 2 years.
Yeah.
Any idea of why this should have happened?
No, first of all is the COVID, because in 2020 the production was completely halted for most of the countries. And then the sudden demand after the COVID scenario has ended. So all the countries, they have actually tried to restrict the production, because they are also now looking into the reserves, because the way they are, if the more production, it requires more extraction out from the reserve. So somewhere the countries have also looked into the prospect that why did China stop, because China didn't give any reason why they have stopped exporting the REs. Now they are also understanding the retrospective effect, because now China, the cell phones that we use, the BBQ electronics, it has stopped the export. Now it has transferred all the RE application into those sectors. So that's the reason that China is very successful in giving these smartphone apps. I mean, nobody even can reach close to the technologies that they have, and all the technologies are from the ingredients of REs. So probably that's the reason that all the countries have, they are now looking into the reserves rather than even producing it more.
Yeah, actually, I was coming to that question next, because I also saw your beautiful graphic where you showed the, this one. What I noticed was that the margin between the mine production and reserves for China is really the tiniest. So, how long are the Chinese reserves expected to last? Because they still have the shortest band is for China. The distance between the red and the blue dot.
Yeah, that is true, because they actually before 10 years, like in 2010 they stopped exporting that. So probably they have realized that they are actually overusing their reserves. And the second reason is the Chinese in China, when the phone actually gets exhausted, they actually start to reuse it again. So that's the reason that it is some way withstanding the reserve difference to maintain the reserve and not use it in further time.
Are these reserves self-declared? Just a follow-up question. I mean, do we trust those numbers?
Yeah, this is from USGS, so...
Yeah, somebody is reporting to USGS, huh? Can I conceal the persons? Why will you declare? Just show an art.
I mean, this is actually, again, this is not the true story also. This is not this true...
This is what is there in the literature.
It's China, right? They can do it. Sir is agreeing with this.
Yes, because I've seen the Chinese deposit and it's really huge. It's really huge. We cannot compare ourselves with the Chinese deposit. Okay, I have a couple of questions. Are the minerals primary or hydrothermal?
Mainly they are primary.
Primary?
Yeah.
And then how will the concentration occurs?
You're talking in context to...
Yeah. What I mean to say is that if they are primary, then do they occur as primary deposit?
Actually, the rares that we find in different settings that I have mentioned, starting from alkaline to the extraterrestrial, talking about alkaline and carbonites, these the minerals that are present in these kind of rocks are itself been enriched in ice. Of course, there are other secondary processes which act upon them, which even either it makes it enriched or even it decreases the concentration. But primarily, even looking at certain minerals, they do have quite high concentrations.
Yeah, but you know that for the concentration of RDD into RDD minerals, you require certain amount of pH. And that pH can be there only in the atom. So primary, you're right, there are both primary and secondary, but the concentration is in secondary. So most of the mineral deposits are hydrothermal secondary. One thing I would just like to clarify here, and you talked about Kamthai in Rajasthan. You gave a reference of Kumar and someone, Bhushan. And then you compared it with Sung. Sung is absolutely nothing as compared to Kamthai. Absolutely nothing. And Ambadunga is far, far better than Sung. So that leaves only two deposits in India. One is explored, that is Kamthai. They already have published many papers and now we know the results, and it is easy to exploit it because the RDD minerals there are in the centimeter scale, which is very, and second thing is that monazite is not easy to process, but then Kamthai it is carbonacerite and best. Ambadungar, there is only one paper published so far, but they give a huge amount for that small area. That's a paper in the current science. And the rest of the carbonites, they don't have really deposits which could be exploited. Ambadungar is still in the exploitation stage. We are nowhere near to the marketing of the IISER. It will take really very, very long time. Anyway.
Sir, I wish to know your opinion about the Kashmir deposit that was discovered. Lithium.
I have a question related to
So, Dolomites
Sunit, this is, sorry, asking him something.
Yeah, I also checked on lithium.
Yeah.
I realized that on the Google it said it's not a rare earth metal.
No.
And that's why I didn't bring it up.
No,
but since he has raised it now, and there is a lot of noise about lithium, in the Jungle Gully oxides.
Yeah.
So I thought you might make some passing mention.
I was thinking to make, but again, lithium is not RE, so just.
I realized before, I checked that before.
Yeah, because again, that will now, there will be a lot of questions regarding that, and it's all about that.
So just one question, that there is a huge RE discovery that happened very recently in Sweden.
Yeah.
So you didn't mention that, and my question related to Sweden would be that why not tap that kind of resource in India? You didn't really mention that category in your slide, which is the IOCGs.
Yeah.
We do have IOCGs in India, or the IOA deposit, the iron oxide apatite ones, which could also be a great source of IDs, and we should also tap into that. So that was one comment. So, and the other thing is, when you say monazite and when you talk about the placers, right? Are they really exploitable? Because AMD has complete ownership of that for their nuclear things. They will never allow anybody to mine it. So we in India are in a very critical stage regarding monazites. We cannot really touch the monazite deposits. So in that case, where do you think, like in terms of RD, since you really give a nice broad overview of RDs, it's a very broad, open-ended question I'm asking. What according to you would be the biggest challenge for India in terms of RD? Where is our future? What is the biggest challenge that we're going to face? What is your opinion on it?
Sir has comment.
No, you let him answer.
As compared to REs, I mean, as I mentioned, we have a few locations where actually AMD is having direct control, and the intention of AMD is essentially to extract on the basis of nuclear fuels. I mean, it's very strategic. Commercializing REs in India, I'm pretty sure it will take time, but there are findings, even in my own research, about the concentration of REs, and probably shifting from monazite to, because monazite is even not commercial. I mean, if I have a company and I want to go there and extract monazite, that's not possible because government of India will not allow me. But if I have minerals which have significant proportion of REs, and that is allowed the government of India to extract, of course companies will be interested to do that.
But where is the challenge? Is finding the deposit a challenge, or is it after that?
It's after that. Of course, finding is a challenge, but we have certain clues out of the global arena where could be the possible presence of REs coming out. We can target those areas, those rock types into taking in scenario, and then, I mean, as I said, extraction is not that easy for REs to do.
The monazite is not possible. Monazite, the thorium matters. Whenever there is a thorium, it's difficult to extract. So that's why if there is a vesnocite, synthesite, arsenite, all these could be easily extracted, but not monazite. And that's why I said that the Kamthai deposit, which has a carbonacerite, which is a very easy to extract. So that's why though we have a lot of monazite placer deposits, but it's not.
So I think even with lithium as well, which is discovered, India right now doing well in exploration, but we need also technological upgradation for extraction. We're still importing because of this. So that's I think the biggest challenge still that we have in terms of extraction.
Is the claim for lithium right, or what do you think?
Actually, I have not read much about it, but I cannot say. But recently they reported lithium also from Kutch area in some of the lakes.
The reserve ka estimate may be overinflated, but
So that is where I want to know the opinion about experts.
I don't know because recently they have reported now huge amount of gold in Orissa.
Yeah.
And they reported it now, but this was reported by the Geological Survey of India in 60s and 70s. And now the reports are coming now, only now. So I really don't know what is exactly happening.
So the gap between the media report and the scientific actual report is that gap I want to understand. Whether is it another Dickinsonia?
I don't think so. In this case, actually the GSI's work went unrecognized in some ways, and they have only brought it up recently. And apparently the belt is fairly extensive. It is in a residual context, so possibly it's a part of a weathering domain, and the strike continuity is there for very long. So all of this has been very recently, some kind of an article I read somewhere, where I think the tonnage, I mean, she may be right, there may be some overestimation. In fact, they were felicitating the two geologists who were, and they are both retired people. They are not even in service now. Right? So this is a report of almost 15 to 20 years ago, which somehow they have resurrected now. So, and those two gentlemen have been felicitated. No. Just.
Again, Sunit, this is a very good talk. Thank you.
I was expecting a question from you guys. Why is the margin not visible?
Okay. So I have a simple question that recently the lithium discovery. So as I read about it, that most of the lithium extraction technologies is with China. Even the amount that Australia produces, most of it is exported to China and they'll extract
processing,
but what about the RE technologies? So we have this much of deposits. So what is the status of our technology?
Well, as I say, the REs that has been extracted in India is essentially by AMD. So the technology, that's not how you use it. Even there are further processes involved related to the finally extraction of the REs. So India, as far as the technology is concerned, yes, we are very much lagging behind. But first, our objective is to just identify the potential areas where actually we can start looking into and find the possibility. And after that, we will try to develop, because it's not that we have not developed our own things, we have developed things. And that is the reason that China is dominating the market, because it has the technology as well as it has the results. Previously, when the RE exploration has already started in 1965 from US in mountain pass. But then they realized that, okay, now we are depleting our reserve, let's stop and let's start exporting, than we import. So they do have the technology, but the technology which is quite advanced is with China.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to ask anything?
Rare earth element means rare earth element is basically depend upon any tectonic setting like that. In which tectonic setting rare earth deposit and deposit in.
But that is hard to say. You cannot generalize that this rare earth element is in this tectonic settings. Tectonic setting plays a bigger role in transporting the iron and giving it to the particular melt, and then it comes as outcrop. So it is not particular that, okay, let's say lutetium or let's say dysprosium, it goes into this particular tectonic. So everything goes in together, but yes, it can have an enrichment either in the heavies or in the lights.
Thank you, sir. So now we have the high tea break and the poster presentations. After that, we will have the cultural session in L5 from 6 p.m.
Yeah, I want to say something.
And yeah, just one more announcement.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as Adil said, we have the cultural program starting from 6 p.m. at LHC. So, I expect all of you to see there. And the director sir has kindly agreed to grace the occasion. So, will be very nice as well. So, following the cultural event, we will have the valedictory function, our closing ceremony, where all the prizes will be distributed. And I think this is not also in your brochure because this is a recent development. We will have the departmental dinner today as well. After the all the program we are done with at L5, after the closing ceremony, we will come back here. In the lawn again, we will have the dinner. So I also ask our faculties and request our faculties and staff to bring their families if for the cultural program as well as for the dinner. So please, so now the fun part actually begins after all the technical things. So please make yourself available for the cultural night. So because the volunteers have worked so much to put up a very nice program for you. So see you there at L5 at 6 p.m. after the poster session. And yeah, after that the closing ceremony followed by the dinner. Thank you.
Pollution को complete करना. You have to complete your pollution.
That's all. You have
Ashish, medium.
नहीं अभी हाइटिंग है नहीं अभी हाइटिंग है now we have heighting because we have also a heavy dinner